FOJCRadio. David and Donna Carrico, the dynamic duo of followers of Jesus Christ. Nah, we're just regular people. We're just loving and serving the Lord, and we challenge you to love and serve the Lord and learn all that you can about Him. We're preaching the gospel of the kingdom and teaching the doctrine of Christ to the whole world. And thanks again for listening to our programs, and blessings to all of you.
It's time to shake and wake up the world with the best biblical talk shows from all over the world gathered in one place. ShakeandWakeRadio.com, where the truth is all that matters, and the truth will set you free. ShakeandWakeRadio.com.
And welcome everybody back to Spiritual Warfare Friday. We are live
I'm your host, Dan Bidondi, and we got a great broadcast for you tonight. Just get your notepads out. Take screenshots, whatever you do, because it's going to be like a class, literally, we're going to be exposing some of the nastiest stuff that goes on in the world here, the global business of human trafficking and SRA exposed. And we've been covering SRA for the last month and a half because, like I said, all those other programs, it is very important. And even tonight, after you learn the stuff, it's still only scraping the tip of the spear. So we got our guest once again. Welcome back, Chris. She was the former Mormon. We had that great broadcast on Mormonism and all that. And but she's also a very much expert, I should say, in exposing sex trafficking, which is probably one of the biggest, well, actually not one of, it is the biggest issue we are facing today because it involves our children. As you can see by the thumbnail says it all. And welcome back, Chris.
Oh, hi, Dan. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to be here tonight to share the information with your audience.
Absolutely. And I think it's going to be a great broadcast. And I appreciate you for coming on. And once again, I have to commend you for your bravery to do this. And that's why she's got a silhouette, guys, because, same thing with Tammy, where she showed her face, but she had to have a different name because so this is what Chris had, because of the threats that they would face and what could happen to them for exposing this kind of stuff. So my face is already out there, and like I tell these people all the time, if you want to come threaten me and all that, hey, just get in line like the rest of them, because I got death threats for years and all that by Secret Service, all this other stuff. So good luck with that. That's what I have to say. But I want to thank ShakeandWakeRadio.com for carrying the show in an awesome, amazing audio network, and BeforeIt'sNews.com. Thank you guys so much. And again, once again, support Esther Jades, discover the power of holistic wellness for your mind, body, and spirit. Transform your life with natural solutions. And there's their Facebook page there. And a special commemoration to FOJCRadio, where this program here will be aired on their program Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, I believe it is. And so great stuff over at FOJCRadio. And before the show, they have Friday Night Live with David Carrico. Great stuff, him and Brian. Good stuff, man. And check out Visual Disturbance, too. And also tomorrow night, the Midnight Ride with John Pounders and David Carrico. So last week, and I want to thank John Pounders for coming on last week. It was a great broadcast exposing this two-moon prophecy. And, awesome stuff. And I learned stuff as I did the show, because John informed me a lot of stuff that I didn't even know, too. I didn't know people having these dreams for years. But regardless of the case, let's say a quick prayer before the broadcast here. So, Yeshua, Jesus, we come before you, and once again, like I say, every broadcast, please forgive us for the stupid sins that we do every day, Lord. And I don't know how you do it, but you do it. You have patience with us. You forgive us. And thank you so much, Lord. And we love you so much. And Heavenly Father, we ask you once again to give us the Holy Spirit to disseminate this information and to expose the deeds of evil like you command us to do, and to help these children, Lord. And we pray for these children out of anything tonight, Lord. We pray for the safety of these children that are under this trafficking, SRA, and everything else, Lord. And Lord, I can't wait for that day when you avenge these children, Lord. I can't wait for that day. And we love you so much. And please bless everybody here with the health going on right now, people, the flu season and all that. And just bless us physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and give us the strength to carry on, Lord, to push your word. Love you so much, Heavenly Father. Thank you so much for everything. In your name, amen. And Sister Chris, you got the floor, and she's got a great presentation. So like I said, guys, probably easy to take screenshots. So if you got a phone, iPhone, whatever the case, I would take screenshots. And her presentation tonight, she does got it out in a Word file. So if you guys want the presentation, the information, email me at truthradio@outlook.com. I'll put it in the chat room, and I'll send it to you. She said I can send it to you all if you want the presentation itself. But so just buckle up. Hope you got your coffee and all that good stuff. And because here we go. So Sister Chris, take it away. Hello?
Yes, hello. Thank you, Dan. It looks like I might have a lag time.
Oh, yeah. No, there you go.
Okay. Can I talk now?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, So hello to your audience. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Dan brings really hard-hitting topics to his show, and I know we all appreciate it. I know that I do. And so tonight, the topic is the global business of human trafficking. And, it includes children, but it includes adults. And so I was just going to focus on the children, but I thought we need an overview of, the human trafficking problem, which includes adults, men and women, as well as children and babies. And so that's where we're headed tonight. And Dan, I don't know if you've got that first page up there. Kind of like, a little layout of what I'll be talking about tonight and sharing with you. Is that up on your screen, Dan?
Yep. All set.
Okay. And so I'm just going to read down. I found two pertinent scriptures, and then I'll read them. And then the next is we're going to define human trafficking, and then find out what the causes are of human trafficking. And then the purposes. What are the purposes of the human trafficking business? Estimated profits of the human trafficking, and who are the traffickers and the participants? Sources of human beings, the number of victims globally, and that's going to be an estimate. And then on number 9, it's U.S. cities with the most trafficking victims, just, for our own knowledge, so we can see, where this is heavily a part of their business enterprises.
Hey, sister, are you on speakerphone?
What's that?
Are you on speakerphone?
Am I?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, because there's a little crackling going on.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to disconnect and call me right back? Because sometimes that works.
Okay, yeah. Shall I call you?
Yeah, just hang up and call right back.
Okay, let me do that.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. She had to call in. Usually we have guests up on Skype or something, but because her safety and all that, we had to call in. So, there she is. Hello? Hello?
Hi, Dan. Is that going to be any better?
Yeah, that sounds better. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I'm sorry for that, and maybe next time I don't have to be on a phone. Maybe I can get it figured out. So where should I start? Do you remember which number?
I think you were at
before
number
it started
9.
getting crackly?
Oh, yeah.
9?
8 or 9, I think it was.
Okay, 9, yep. U.S. cities with the most trafficking victims. And then number 10, how is the trafficking transporting done? And that's critical for us to know. 11 is going to take a closer look at some of the parts, like the transportation of trafficked victims, organ harvesting, blood harvesting, and adrenochrome, the entertainment and sport aspect of human trafficking, and then the foster care funnel. Number 12, who has been exposing and combating human trafficking? I focus mostly in our country. I'm sure there are many globally that are combating human trafficking, but my focus is on the U.S. And then the last one is, what can we citizens do? And so if we could go into the next page there, and I will read those two scriptures. Now in Revelation 18, and I think also it was, in 18 they're talking, although it's referring to Babylon,
Yeah.
We know that in the last days, the world we live in could also be considered Babylon. So let me just read that. Revelation 18, 10 to 13. Let's see. Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, alas, and this is talking about Babylon, saying, alas, alas, that great city Babylon. Let me just expand my screen here. Sorry. That great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore. The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time, and all thine wood and all manner of vessels of ivory and all manner of vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble, and cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men. And so I thought that was interesting to point out. They were trading in the souls of men. And that's what human trafficking is.
Yeah.
And then next in Deuteronomy 18:9-10, when thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire. And so we know that was referring to Moloch and what was required, of the people back then.
Child sacrifice.
And we have that going on today too. And, Dan, I think after I'm finished, in satanic ritual abuse, it is sacrifice. And so that is going on today. And I know Dan may go into that. So anyhow, the scriptures tell us what's going on. And so we need to be aware, but I guess I had never been aware of the souls of men, that they were trading in the souls of men in Babylon. And that's exactly what human trafficking is. So let's see. That's an abomination, of course. And then number 2, definition of human trafficking. I did use ChatGPT for some of these answers, as well as Google, and Google has Gemini as an AI. But, when it comes to some of these topics, it was really difficult to chat GPT because it's been obviously programmed, by people who don't necessarily believe it, that this stuff is going on. And so I actually had to reword my question several times, kind of teach chat GPT how to answer my question without the bias of not believing that this is going on. So it was quite interesting. So I asked, what is the definition of human trafficking? And really just within that first sentence, human trafficking is the illegal trade of humans for the purposes of forced labor, sexual exploitation, slavery, or other forms of exploitation. It involves the use of coercion, deception, or force to control individuals and exploit them for personal or commercial gain. And so when we talk about human trafficking, these are crimes that can be prosecuted in a criminal court. And why is that? Because if you are trafficking and you are getting gain from it, meaning monetarily, that is a crime. And so that's why, if we can get some of these people arrested, they can be prosecuted in a criminal court. And of course, it's about commercial gain. Let's see. The crime typically involves several stages: recruitment, transportation, harboring, and exploitation. It's a violation of human rights. And there's the United Nations. We don't overly believe in supporting the United Nations. We know they have some horrible policies, but, they do have a concern for human trafficking. And again, it's just a repetition. The act of trafficking, which means the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons. And let's see. So I didn't have the links here, but I did put up the websites of where this information is coming from. The Global Organized Crime Index. Let's see, it assesses the criminality level of 192 countries, along with their resilience to organized crime. According to the 2021 report, human trafficking has become the most pervasive criminal activity in the world. And so it's a big business. and people are getting a lot of gain from this, and that's why they're doing it.
You know what makes me sick the most?
At the expense of human souls. What's that, Dan?
What makes I don't mean to cut in, but what makes me sick the most? They were was A&E. What channel was that? They were doing like online like not just porn but online stuff, and it disturbs me so much to know that not these things that I'm trying to put in a clean way. A pornography, right? With children. Okay, it's disgusting. Mm-hmm. So they literally say that there's a major market for this. People literally pay. I mean, millions of people pay big money to watch the adults do these things with kids. Just the fact to know that. I mean, I even never knew this. I mean, I thought it was a perfect here and there, but to know there's tens of millions of people across this world that are into this stuff, that's scary. That is very scary.
That's totally scary, and that's an excellent point. And please, Dan, just any time that you have something to share or ask, please do so. Because that'll make it interesting. I don't want to just, be reading some of the statistics or looking at this, which is important to do, but it's very important for us to have a conversation about this. Farther down in my document, a little bit later, there is discussion because it is awfully grotesque, just a part of what they do with the children and the fact that they love this. And, you hit the nail on the head. The internet pornography, which came about as the internet was on the rise, I think early 90s when most of us were, that it came into our homes. That internet pornography, there is a direct link, which I did not include in my report tonight, but, I've been on top of the child sex abuse issue in my own state for probably 15 years now. And there really is a direct link between the pornography, the internet pornography, because it is moving pictures online. It used to be, the girly magazines, right? Yeah. Playboy and Hustler. Hustler or Hustle. And so that's the way it used to be. But because of the moving pictures now with the internet pornography, that is what is capturing the minds of people. And they are falling into it, and it's so awful what's happening. There is a direct link to, the abuse of children and women and really even adults, because it creates this hunger, I believe, within the person, and they just need to keep getting more and more. It's truly an addiction. An awful thing about the internet pornography, we know our children have phones, and, these young children are watching pornography, 8, 9, 10 years old now. And it's so awful because they lose their innocence and they become abusers often. But that is so young. I am just so floored by how young they are when they're looking at this stuff. And, the producers of pornography, they know full well what's going on. And there are actual visual hooks within the pornography scenes that they're broadcasting that get people hooked. And then additionally, pornography has become all about violence against women and children. Yeah. And that's really what it's not just the sex abuse, but it is violent sex abuse. And it is violence that's also being perpetrated. And that's another part. It's not just focusing on the sex part. It's violence now. So anyhow, Dan, thank you for bringing that up.
Oh, no problem. Sorry to cut you off. I was just I just come to my mind. I'm like, it just made me sick when I seen it. I'm like, tens of millions. That's like, we should be able to hunt these people down. And, I can't say this on YouTube, but yeah, you know where I'm going with that. So.
Yeah. Well, and people just don't realize there is no, there's no innocence in looking at it once or twice. The hooks within the actual films, they are there intentionally to get you hooked almost immediately. And so it's, it's kind of all or nothing, I guess. Either you don't look at all and avoid it, or once you do look, you are hooked and you just fall into this dark pit. And unfortunately, at least in the adults who are watching the pornography and totally addicted. Part of it is the thrill of watching it. So maybe they're watching it in a workplace, maybe they're married and, they got to hide it from their partner or whatever. And so part of that is the excitement of, watching it, but then also not getting caught. It's kind of a risk that they're taking. And, and then to feed that risky behavior and the thrill it brings to them, they actually have to decrease the age of the victims that they're watching, and that's what's bringing all of this child sex abuse into play, into the actual personal lives of these addicted people. As they go younger and younger, they know that watching child pornography is risky because it's criminal if they're caught.
And I don't, I can't understand for the life of me how somebody could get aroused with somebody else in pain. It's disgusting. Yeah, you got to be some kind of demonic person to do that.
But there are people like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and Dan, think of this, and maybe your audience too. I did hear it presented in this fashion, which gives us a good visual of what does pornography do to us? What does it do to the brain? And so I grew up during the time period when we used to have those LPs that were plastic and you put on a record player, And so, to play the music, you had to put the needle down in, and it made the music as it went through those grooves on that LP, that vinyl LP. Think of your brain. And so when people are watching pornography, they are creating new pathways in their brains. And those pathways are all about, the sex abuse of people in general, both sexes, and children and babies. So what they're doing every time they view is that groove is getting deeper, and they're actually, maybe if they're venturing off into younger and younger, they're creating new grooves in their brain's LP. So now that vinyl has all these new grooves, and that's what they're doing to the brains, to their own brains, is they're actually forming new pathways. And that's what keeps them in it. And so to them, it's, that desensitization. So, for them, they're okay with watching, the abuse of children and babies and the violence and the screaming. That, in fact, that feeds their hunger, because now they have this brain with these new grooves. And it's really a hard addiction to break, because it's not just that they're addicted like alcohol and drugs. It's that the addiction is to the sex act. And in humans and animals, that is one of, we have hunger and we have that procreation drive. And so it's a very basic human need, whereas like drinking alcohol, that's not like an innate behavior.
Yeah.
You kind of pick that up. But you know what? The sex act is part of our makeup as well as in the animals. So that's why it's such a very hard addiction to break, because it's a visual. And obviously these people are doing some physical things to themselves as they're watching, but it's also part of the human drive. And that's why it's so addictive, is because, we are human beings and we're here to procreate, just like the Bible tells us. So anyhow,
David,
the addiction is awful.
David and Donna, she just said that we have a chapter in our healing book about how a person can form a soul tie with porn and how it can be cleansed from them. So if you go to FOJCRadio.com, you can get the material there as well, and you can order the books as well. So FOJCRadio.com. At the end of the broadcast, after she's done with the presentation, I'll take you over to the website and show you guys, because they got tons of material. And everything we talk about tonight, David and Donna have scores of material on this stuff, guys, that you could purchase from them or just download for free. But anyway, I'm sorry to redirect you, but you were on Homeland Security. That's where you left off. So
Yeah, no, Dan, this is a discussion.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of excellent information, and that referral is excellent because David and Donna are on top of this stuff, as well as the SRA and child sex abuse.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that they're able to share important information about, you know, pornography and if you're addicted and how to take care of that, how to get out of that. You know, because I don't want to sound like it's hopeless if you happen to be addicted to pornography, but just understand it's a tough one. That is a tough one. And so, boy, yeah, there are resources over there at FOJC Radio. That would be fantastic, you know. It's going to take effort, you know, but as we know, you know, overall, we have become a very lazy society. People don't want to, like, make an effort, you know. So,
exactly, yeah.
So they're just going to stay, you know, in their addiction and just, and oftentimes, you know, maybe they've tried to get out of it and they feel hopeless. And we have so many suicides, too. So,
well,
you
what got me into it years ago is, you know, at the time I was married and, you know, like, my wife, she cheat on me and all this stuff. So loneliness does it, depression does that. It sucks because it's a high, it's a temporary fix, but it's not really a fix. It just makes you even worse. You know what I mean? So there's many reasons why people get into it because it's an outlet. You know what I mean? For temporary at the time, it's an outlet again. But again, when you think it's an outlet, all of a sudden it's just sinking you more into that sludge. You know. And then, it's. I mean, I'll explain it all at the end of the show here, but I mean, I'll get into some of that talk and all that, and but that's where it leads to, and that, you know, then you got some sick people out there will indulge with the kids. Now, there's one thing with the adults. I'm not, you know, glorifying pornography in any which way. You got people out there, the regular ones who watch the adults and whatever your fantasies, whatever the case. But when you get into the things with the kids, I mean, that is total mental illness right there. That's demonic. That's demonic as it comes. And, there's no excuse for that at all.
Yeah, exactly. You said it. It's demonic. And unfortunately, the pornography now has it's been going down that path for quite some time.
Oh, yeah.
It's
when I was watching it.
To adults anymore.
When I was watching it, what really caught on to me, they don't hide it. It's like the production company will be sinful, whatever, and it shows a girl with devil horns, and they literally put it in your face. And sometimes, and they were scared the heck out of me one day. I was watching one of these things, and the girl, like, you could literally see she was possessed in the film, and that scared the crap out of me, and I stopped it right there. That cut me cold turkey, because it wasn't bad enough that the film said like devil films or something like that, and show these satanic things and all that. Then you got the Holy Spirit triggering you, and then all of a sudden in the sexual act, the woman is literally possessed. I mean, you could clearly see this, and I'm like, whoa, it scared the heck out of me, man. And right away, enough with this crap, So that's where it goes. I mean, it gets deep into spiritual, like David was saying, spiritual soul ties, and he's 100% right. Then you get, then people later on, then they wonder why they get, you got the demons that will literally have sex with you. Demons that will really give you these sexual dreams and everything else. And it goes on. But I'm sorry, I'll save that for later, because I know you got a lot to go through and all that stuff. So. This could go a million different ways, guys, and it all starts with the stuff. I mean, with perversion, that's where it all starts, and that's why we must always.
It is perversion, but Dan, who's at the bottom of all this?
Satan,
well, hello, it's Satan.
Mm-hmm.
Look what he has done with pornography, right? Because it's exactly what you're saying. You kind of fall into this bottomless pit in a way when you're, and that's exactly what hell is, know. But he's taking. The wonderful sexual act of humans that the Lord has bestowed upon us as humans to reproduce. And he has perverted that, Dan. And that's exactly what he's done. So, with the pornography, you will never be going down a good, clean road that leads you back to the Lord. The road you're going down is like you're saying. I didn't even think of that. People are going to open themselves up to having sex with demons and all kinds of things. And that's exactly what Satan wants to do to the human race. He wants us all perverted and, on that crooked path to hell. So unfortunately, as we know, it's not just children that are victims. We have many adults who, it's hard to say. I mean, look at Elizabeth Smart. I know she was only 14, but, there she was out in public. She had been kidnapped and was being raped and such. She went in public several times, but did not run away. And why is that? And that's part of the control, and that's all part of human trafficking. Mm-hmm. And actually, look at Homeland Security. What is human trafficking? If you look down, the bold is, there's violence involved. In human trafficking, they will beat their victims. They will tie them up. There's manipulation where they're lying, false promises of well-paying jobs, so they've got to rope them in, or romantic relationships. There are so many hooks to get people in. Oftentimes, it's just kidnapping them, But, it's really awful. And unfortunately, Dan, when we think about it globally, it is totally exploding. And I forget which site it was that was just before this that said it is the most profitable business right now worldwide. So that lets you know it's exploding. It's not even standing still.
It makes me sick too. My Twitter, before Elon Musk took it over, whatever, I post political stuff, and I get my account's suspended, then gone, right? But people are masturbating on Twitter and no holding back, having sex, whatever. And you're like, what the heck?
Posting it?
Yeah, it's literally it's still on. I mean, if you go to X now, people are still doing that. You know what I mean? But it gives you, if you have a sensitivity warning, but they allow that stuff. But dare you say something about the I can't say it on YouTube, the jibby jabs, stuff like that. Oh yeah, you get hear it, and Facebook too ain't no different. I mean, you got,
right, yeah,
posting provocative.
Yeah, but
stuff.
all that other stuff is okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We live in an upside down world.
Yeah.
And it is Babylon. So this is what, in the days of Noah, this was going on too. Mm-hmm. They were having sex with animals. Mm-hmm. They had the, we've heard of the civilizations. I don't know if it was Noah, maybe it was, where, on the temple, there is a gal up there on top of the temple having sex with a goat, and then everybody's watching. So the stuff is so perverse, but this is not new to the human race.
Yeah.
This has been going on all through the ages. It's just for us, like right now, we thought we were so civilized. And what you're telling me, Dan, is outrageously uncivilized,
Yeah, I voice a political opinion that's protected by my First Amendment, but I get shut down. But you could go do these sexual acts right on Twitter, and Facebook is starting to get that way now. And that's fine. I reported these things, and they come back with the report. Oh, it doesn't violate community standards. But I mentioned something about the jibby jab, and all of a sudden I get kicked off my account.
All of a sudden you're kicked off. Yeah. It's upside down.
Yeah.
It's so ridiculous. Yeah. And think of this, because I need to interject. Just because I have this head full of knowledge about so much of this stuff. But if you think about it, Dan, and I faced this in one of my marriages. There was somebody, my partner was addicted to porn. I didn't know about it, and it came out. But you know what? When you have that addiction and you're in a marriage, what it does, or even let's say just a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, viewing the porn like that, because it just minimizes the value, not just of the sex act, but of a human, the other human. And you're watching this, and the problem is that it totally devalues any kind of relationship.
Yeah.
You cannot, people that are viewing porn cannot simultaneously have a close relationship with a partner, whether it's intimate or not. It kind of puts a wall between you and your partner.
And it does.
And, and I felt it. Yeah. I did not know what the heck was going on. It took me about a month or two to figure out what the heck was going on.
Yeah, because you see this, from a guy's perspective, you see these girls doing anything, okay, I'll leave it at that, but your wife ain't got to do anything, and they don't realize when they film these things, they do multiple takes, and the girls do things they don't even like to do just for the video. But you can't, then when they try to do the stuff with their wife, and they don't want to do that, you know what I mean? And I don't want to get to details, but then it drives a wedge in that marriage, you know what I mean? And it takes the purity of lovemaking away.
That's exactly what I'm saying. There's a wedge there because you know what? The innocent partner who is not participating in the pornography can never feel like she or he is satisfying the partner. Yeah. And the partner who's viewing the porn actually is never satisfied, and he wants more than just one partner because a lot of the pornography is multiple partners. Yeah. And, you know, for me to figure that out, to me, as the wife of somebody that lied to my face for a while before I figured out what was going on, for me as a wife, oh my goodness, you know, that intimate relationship, I felt like there was a room full of women, and we were alone. But it was the weirdest thing, and I could say it was because what was going on in his mind, you know, it's there, the presence of, you know, those nefarious things in pornography. Yeah. You bring that into, you know, the bedroom when you're married. And
plus in your head, too,
really weird. It just puts up a wall.
And in your head, too, you got fantasies going on while you're making love to your wife, you know what I mean? And but I think this would be a good idea. You know, because I don't want to throw off the topic and everything. I know you have to cover. So why don't you come back on, because it sounds like you're very knowledgeable in this stuff too. You should come back on maybe like a few weeks or whatever. We could do a whole broadcast on pornography and the spiritual ties to it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I would love to do that because there's just so much information out there about that whole subject matter. And so, yeah, let's throw that out there. And, I'd be happy to, you know, focus.
Yeah, because I get a lot of questions, and a lot of people, they'll hit me up and ask me because they're married, and is it okay to do this in bed? You know, as a Christian and all that stuff. So I think we do a broadcast focused on that, like basically focus on, you know, exposing what we just talked about, and also focusing on Christian couples. What they can and can't do, things like that. And I think that would be a great broadcast.
Yes, and maybe I can reference the Carrico's book on it.
Yes,
so that would be really important, too. Because, you know, we don't want to look, as human beings, we all make mistakes, and we fall into these, you know, these chasms sometimes of sin or mistakes. So we don't want to make people feel hopeless. You know what I mean? So... okay, well, let me get back to this and get through this. Still on what is human trafficking, and I just want to, under the U.S. Department of Justice, just at the end it says exploitation of a minor for commercial sex is human trafficking, regardless of whether any form of force, fraud, or coercion was used. So, you know, when you're dealing with children, that is a criminal offense, and if you're discovered, you will be prosecuted criminally because of the age of the victim.
And rightfully so.
Let's see. Okay, under the U.S. Department of State, understanding human trafficking, and you'll see in the quotes, trafficking in persons, human trafficking, modern slavery are umbrella terms. To refer to a crime whereby traffickers exploit and profit at the expense of adults or children by compelling them to perform labor or engage in commercial sex. So I need to point that out too. In human trafficking, it's not all children, and it's not all children performing sex acts. We have a lot of slavery out there. That means adults who are laboring as slaves, and men and women in that particular part of the human trafficking. So and you know what, we'll never know because they're adults, and so we're not really worried about them like we do worry about children. Let's see, Safe Horizon. Oh yeah, let's look at that Safe Horizon. Traffickers used a variety of coercive methods to control their victims, including luring the victims with false promises of economic opportunity, withholding identification, work authorization, or travel documents. So we know that goes on a lot too, you know, where they've got to perform a certain number of hours or years in labor before they can get their documents to be legal, demanding repayment for a real or alleged debt, using or threatening to use violence, that's a big part of this, monitoring and surveillance activities. Ooh, that's true, yeah. And then paying very little or not paying at all for work. So, you know, there are so many facets of human trafficking. Let me see. I have a national human trafficking hotline. No, I have not. I will say this, on a lot of the groups that claim that they're combating human trafficking or, child sex trafficking, whatever they're claiming, I just really want to warn your audience, you have got to vet these groups because there are a lot of groups. Their titles, the name of the group sounds really good, really innocent, like they're doing something, or it's the non-governmental organizations. They call them NGOs. Mm-hmm. And so you really have to vet the people if you feel like helping to combat the human trafficking or the sex trafficking. You really have to vet the organization or group because oftentimes it's just a front, and these are the people that are actually doing the trafficking. So I just want to warn everybody, you better find out who the founders are, who's involved. It's very similar, Dan, that the national, the NC, Missing and Exploited Persons kind of hotline, there's a group. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
NCMES or something like that. Okay. Well, we have to vet these national organizations also. The Amber Alert, mm-hmm. I think we've all heard of that. That was run by, I don't know if she's still there, Laura Silsby, and she was a gal. She was out in Haiti with the Clintons, and she was transporting. She was caught, and she was sentenced, and I think she may have been jailed, although the Clintons may have rescued her. She was during the hurricane, the Haiti hurricane. She was trafficking children out of the country, to get them here to the U.S. And yet this is the woman who's a part of the Amber Alert and the National Something for Missing and Exploited Children. So you have to be careful. These are oftentimes just front organizations so that they can carry on the trafficking that they're involved in. So I did want to say that. This human trafficking, that's just... I just gave a few a few websites that are still defining it, so I don't want to get too lost in that. And then we'll go to Our Rescue. Something I forget, something Underground Railroad. Do you see that? I don't see. I'm on page 16, maybe, Dan.
Oh, are you still in the National Human Trafficking Hotline?
Yeah, I'm just down below that where it says Our Rescue. It's a black box. It says Common Types of Human Trafficking. I think it's page 16.
The AMP model?
Mm-hmm. Just below that. Mm-hmm. Just below that.
Oh, past that? Or Common Types of Human Trafficking?
Yeah, there you go. So that the Our Rescue, and I forget, OUR, it stands for something Underground Railroad. That is the group that I think you all have heard of, Tim Ballard. He was originally, I don't know if he may have been one of the founders years ago. And I've met Tim Ballard. He is a good guy. He's a family guy. But he's the one that did Sound of Freedom.
I'm sorry. Like,
the group out here.
Where you,
what's that?
So I'm at National Human Trafficking Hotline, and so what is it? What human trafficking is and isn't? Forced.
Yeah, so just below that, I think that was just on the previous page. So I think, I think we've discussed
Safe Horizon,
about what it is, what human trafficking is. The forced labor, the sex. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, even forced marriage.
Yep.
Oof. Oh, yeah, and there's one more thing in the Our Rescue, Common Types of Human Trafficking, yeah. Child soldiers, Dan. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
That's another way that human trafficking, another reason, another purpose to do the human trafficking. I didn't even think of that. Domestic servitude, we know oftentimes they are brought in from other countries, and they're in a household cleaning and cooking and all of that. Yeah, so that's page 16, Statistics of Human Trafficking Worldwide. So I've seen different numbers on this.
I'm sorry, I'm like lost. Did you go past the AMP model yet, or did you cover that yet?
I think I think that's just above. Let me go back a page. Yeah, just below the AMP or EMP model.
Is it common types of human trafficking?
Yeah, that's it, Dan.
All right,
Common
I'm sorry.
types of human trafficking. So that's where at the bottom, number 6. I didn't even think of that, child soldiers. And then below that, statistics of human trafficking.
Okay,
worldwide.
there we go.
Yeah. So this one, and I don't see the year. I did try to put 2024 on all of this, but it's not going to be this year. It's probably going to be a statistic from the previous year. It says today there are 49.6 million people in modern slavery worldwide. 12 million are children. So that's a lot of people, 50 million people in slavery worldwide. That's a lot of people. Half of them are women and children. And we'll see, I do have a graph. Sex trafficking is the most common type of trafficking in the U.S. And then let me see if there's another fact I need to bring out. Oh, yeah. Human trafficking, and this figure is repeated a little farther down too. Human trafficking is a $150 billion industry. And that's from UNICEF, but I have other sites that are also giving that figure. Again, it's, estimated, let's say.
And the one above that,
and this one says it's the second most profitable illegal industry, whereas up above, and I forget who said it, that it was the most profitable worldwide. So.
And above that, it says child sex trafficking in all 50 states. That's crazy.
Yeah. So again, it's exploding out there, So we just have to keep, it's like putting your finger in the dam that keeps popping holes. So, but we can't give up and be discouraged. We just have to keep doing the Lord's work. And helping. Causes. So this is a good one. Homeland Security. So the traffickers target people. For a few reasons, psychological or emotional vulnerability, or if they have economic hardship, they know they can rope them in, and claim they're going to pay them. Lack of a social safety net. So I think a lot of our young folks get caught there, where they feel alone. And so it's easier to lure them in one way or another. Natural disasters, now that's a huge one. Earthquakes, hurricanes, whatever's going on. These traffickers and the groups that do the trafficking, so it could be individuals or groups, they just immediately move in when there's a disaster. They just flock in immediately because they know that they can grab those children or whomever, snatch them up because there's a disaster. And there's generally chaos, when you have these disasters, natural disasters. So it is so much easier. There's no oversight when there's chaos and a disaster. They just scoop the kids right up and they force, adults, to come with them. So, and then political instability, that's another way because you have, your justice system also breaks down, in countries like that where there's a lot of political instability. So, hey, the traffickers know that they can get away with it. So, yeah, but those natural disasters, they figure in big time. That's what happened with that Haiti hurricane. Lots of kids went missing. And then primary causes of human trafficking.
Which is like the same.
Yeah, so it's just kind of a repeat of what I just read. So let's go down to page, I don't know what page I'm on now.
Page 4. Number 4, purposes of human trafficking.
There we go. Yeah. So what are the purposes? Well, so we'll just read the bold ones. Sex trafficking, that is going to be the biggest sector of human trafficking: labor trafficking, child trafficking, and they're used for various purposes too, including, child labor. Organ trafficking, that is humongous right now in the world, especially in communist China.
Oh yeah, I interviewed
blood harvesting. That's another biggie.
I interviewed a guy from China a few years back, and he lived in China, and he exposed all the organ. They were stealing organs from people and everything else, and harvesting kids, and they would take the organs and let the people die, or whatever the case. And it's a huge market.
It is a humongous market, Dan. It's just incredible, and they will take organs from people. Live people. Some they convince them that they'll give them a lot of money. For instance, most of us have 2 kidneys, so they'll say, hey, we'll give you this amount of money for one of your kidneys, and oftentimes they never pay. But the problem is with the organ harvesting, it's generally done, in unsanitary places, and oftentimes the victims, they are not properly sedated. And so it's painful, and, sometimes they are just pulling as many organs as they can from one human. They don't care. They're just dissecting these poor people while they're still alive, and then they just leave them there. So that's pretty horrible. But, yeah, that's a big industry, because we know the waiting list, for instance, for kidney transplants. I have a friend. He and his wife, he needs a kidney transplant. Well, he's waiting to get on the waiting list. So, these organs are super valuable to people worldwide.
Yeah.
The other thing is the blood harvesting, number 5 and number 6, and adrenochrome. So blood harvesting is, they're trying to refresh their blood. I think it was Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones. He was such a druggie. Like every year he would go for like a blood transfusion with good blood, and we know people are doing that. They're just having transfusions to kind of, restore their youth, but, they want clean blood. And that blood generally is coming from young victims. They want the young blood. And then number 6 is the adrenochrome. And so I don't know how many in your audience know what the adrenochrome is. I know that you probably know, Dan, what it is. Do you?
Long story short, it's adrenalized blood. Like when we talk about cult rituals and all that, Aleister Crowley, he was famous for that. So basically, they would scare a child. Like when you get the fight or fright mode, fight or flight, I'm sorry, your adrenaline's through the roof, and that's when they would make the sacrifice, and then the blood, because it's adrenalized, and they would actually they would put in vials and sell it, and they believe that it gives you extra life, because they twist what the Bible says. Of course, the Bible says that the life is in the blood, so they take that to a whole new level. Everything they call it's mirror image, and they'll use that, and so that's why blood rituals for thousands of years, even to this very day, that these blood rituals are very important in the occult. And there was an article that came out actually too when you talk about using young kids' blood. They actually came out and I forgot exactly where it was from. It was a mainstream article talking about like the rich people are buying new blood, and they're drawing it from children and everything else, and they believe it prolongs their life and everything else. So, but yeah, it is disgusting, barbaric what they do in the occult, and I could touch on that later. But man, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, the Lord tells us the life is in the blood.
Yeah.
But the other thing with the adrenochrome, it's not just because they want to feel young. The thing is with the adrenaline pumping through the systems of these children, the young are preferred. It's when they ingest that blood, when they kill them and drink it, they are actually getting a high that is known to be even higher than LSD.
Wow. So
these people are getting high off of the adrenalized blood, and, like you said, they have to scare the children. They generally, we know that out in, Bohemian Grove, they would make the kids run through the forest at night nude, They would have to be running for their lives. They were being chased.
Yeah.
And so that's how they would do it out there. And, when they finally catch the kid and kill that child, and drink that blood, the adrenaline is just incredible in that blood. But people like in Hollywood and the music industry, they're addicted to the adrenochrome because they're getting high from it.
Yeah.
So, that's what they want. And I don't know if any of you have seen sometimes movie stars or like the music stars, if they go on a talk show or whatever, or even on their albums, their mouths are wide open and like they're sticking their tongues out, kind of. And that's a person. That's the indication that person is high on adrenochrome.
Yeah.
They are so high, they are so drugged out from that their mouths are wide open. It's really weird. I see so much of that now. Didn't know what it meant. I just thought it was really weird. But then when I, researched the adrenochrome, that's one of the signs they're high on adrenochrome.
Yeah.
But I did put number 6 in because I want you to see what ChatGPT was telling me. Because this stuff is real. But this is on number 6.
Oh, yeah. Notice how they highlight conspiracy theory.
Yeah, there you go. Dan, I bumped into that so much as I was going through this. Anything that has to do with satanic ritual abuse, the satanic panic and all that. I mean, you just cannot believe how much ChatGPT has been programmed to say conspiracy theory.
Yep.
It's a myth. There is no evidence, but that's why I put this here. This is a conspiracy theory that claims a form of human trafficking involves the extraction of adrenochrome, a compound purportedly derived from the adrenal glands of humans, particularly children, to allegedly create a psychoactive substance, drug, we'll say drug. There is no scientific evidence to support these claims, and they are widely considered to be baseless myths and part of unverified and harmful conspiracy theories. So, those theories are harmful, but the fact that they're killing children, that is not harmful.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness, Dan. So I put that in so you can see how, even ChatGPT is trying to deflect our attention away from what is going on in the world.
I got a program I did with, I think it was David or John, both of them. We did a program called The Satanic Panic is Real. So basically, and real quick, guys, what that was back in the 1980s, there was a lot of attention being brought to these cults doing this stuff with kids. And actually, they made a documentary on it, too. The Blue House, I forgot what it's called. If Donna want to put it in the chat room. The documentary they did on this too as well. But kids reciting rituals out of the Book of the Dead and everything else. But in the 1980s, to soft tail it by the media, so they labeled it the Satanic Panic. In other words, it was a mockery conspiracy theory name just to make it look stupid, to make it like, oh, these people are just making it up. It's all fake. It's all conspiracy theories. And our broadcast shows, no, there's not conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? You got police departments that have divisions on the stuff. And, we could go down the whole rabbit hole with that. But, I mean, no, there was the Satanic Panic was very real. And it's still very real.
Very real, yes. Yeah. And, in fact, like I talked the last time I was on that Martin Preschool, back in the 90s when that couple was being prosecuted in a court of law, I think they were both let off. Or maybe one was and one got a light sentence. But you know what? That was in the 1990s. And do you know that they actually did find the tunnels? They found things like a child's backpack. The tunnels were kind of filled in a bit. Yeah. But indeed, with the investigation, everything was true. But it took a couple decades for the truth to come out, which is so sad because those kids, just irreparably harmed by what was done to them. So, Satanic Panic is real. We have a case going on in the county just below Salt Lake County out here in Utah. It's a huge case. I think I mentioned it the last time, over 150 victim statements, 1990s once again. But the district attorney down there would not prosecute. There were therapists locally involved who were a part of it. And even now, even today, I asked ChatGPT, There was something I was sharing with you on the SRA stuff. And even today, as I used ChatGPT, it was still labeling, the satanic ritual abuse as satanic panic, Dan. I was like, seriously, GPT, get with the program. This stuff is real. It's been proven. So, yeah, even now, we've got the AI trying to tell us that it's not real. So, okay. So anyhow, yeah. And it's, like I said, exploding. So the adrenochrome, forced marriage, I didn't really think of that, but that's happening. Exploitation for criminal activities, they get their victims, force them to commit the crimes. Military exploitation, and that's where they can become soldiers. And then tourism and erotic exploitation. So anyhow, so we'll go down to the next page and try to keep moving along here. Oh, yeah. So this was pretty good with the National Human Trafficking Hotline statistics by year, and this was from 2023. What types of trafficking cases were reported to this hotline? So the types, the most, as you can see, was the sex trafficking, and then labor, and then sex and labor together. Venues for sex trafficking, residence-based commercial sex, so in the homes, online ad, massage, escort delivery services, hostesses, and then venues. I
don't mean to laugh. When I first started radio, we had an AM station. In the same building downstairs, there was a famous massage parlor that all the top politicians in Providence, Rhode Island, went to there, to go see their little friends there. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I wonder what was going on there, Dan.
You wonder why.
Well, and that's where it was, though, Dan, because this is what we talked about previously. Yep. It used to be the porn was between adults, consenting adults, but now it has transformed into adults with non-consenting partners or children, and it's forced on them. So, it has evolved into something really nefarious, dark, and evil. Mm-hmm. So, and then venues for labor trafficking on the next page. So, that's something if your audience wants to look over that. Number 5, estimated profits of global human trafficking. And, I think most of these estimates are going to repeat each other. Let's see. Yeah, kind of middle of the page there, $150 billion.
Wow.
To $200 billion annually. From the various forms of human trafficking. And that comes from the International Labor Organization, United Nations. Okay, and then number 6, who are the traffickers and the participants? So from the U.S. Department of Justice, they listed a few. We know there are a lot. They can be foreign nationals, U.S. citizens, family members, partners, acquaintances, strangers.
They forgot to list the FBI, CIA, NSA, government agencies.
Yeah. So they're just kind of naming the general things. They can act alone or with, criminal enterprise. They are both male and female. Traffickers can be pimps, gang members, diplomats, business owners, labor brokers, farm and factory owners, company owners. And I added where it says additionally, NGO founders and employees, CPS workers, state agency employees, adoption agency owners, federal government officials, state government, county government, city government, law enforcement officials, daycare owners, school employees, cult leaders. So, we can just go on, but there are just too many areas where these traffickers are coming from, or they're participating in it.
It's amazing how the DOJ doesn't list those, huh?
What's that?
It's amazing, like the additional ones. It's amazing how the DOJ doesn't list those, and those are the biggest ones.
I know. But seriously, when you think about it, Dan, how could this huge, the most financially profitable global business. How could that be happening when we have like these federal officials, at least in the U.S., state, county, local? How can this be going on? It is exactly because we have people in positions with power and authority who are either participating or looking the other way, or they've been threatened or bribed to do so, to ignore it. And that includes law enforcement. And you know what? I don't know if I left it in. I may have eliminated it because of space. Hospital workers. We have, anywhere that you go in the world today, you just have to realize that probably there are traffickers or perpetrators within that particular profession. So they are everywhere. But it's hard, and I know Donna and David are aware that, law enforcement is a big reason why so much of this SRA and child sex abuse, it's why so many of these cases get kicked to the curb, ignored. It's because law enforcement is intentionally dropping the ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's unintentional, but oftentimes you're going to have like detectives or a police chief, whatever, who's a part of it. And, because they're the ones with the law in their profession, and they're ignoring it. And so they're part of it, which is really not fun to think about, because then who do you turn to? And that's why the kids won't come forth, with their allegations, because they know nobody's going to protect them. If we had a good system that would protect our children, we would have more allegations. We would have more children come forth and disclose what's really going on. But, at a certain, they try. The children may try a couple of times, but, when they're ignored and they feel like nobody believes them, they give up, they block it out, and they just kind of take it, until they turn 18 and can get out. So, okay, number 7, sources where to find potential victims. Again, we talked about the natural disasters. That is absolutely huge. That's where the kids are being scooped up, claim to be orphans because their folks died, and that is not true oftentimes. Political instability, again, where it's easy to scoop up children, scoop up humans. And right now, the U.S. is facing all that. What's that?
I'm sorry, when you brought up the areas of natural disasters and all that, that stuff that happened in Hawaii, the laser weapons, whatever I call it, there's tons of kids that still haven't been found yet. And, that's scary.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that is heartbreaking. And I actually had visited that town of Lahaina. It was a beautiful town. Just beautiful, just fun to walk up and down the streets. So that was really heartbreaking. But you're right. Children are still missing. And that's why with this New York Post article, the current administration loses track of 320,000 migrant children.
Wow.
And so that's what's happened to them. They have been fed into the human trafficking system. 320,000. Can you imagine that? And that's just in a few short years. So I don't know. Maybe we all ought to keep our eyes open and see if we see anything in our neighborhoods, because that's a lot of kids, to go missing.
Yeah, I can see one or two, whatever, but how do you 320,000 human beings?
And because it's intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know it's intentional to get them into the system. It's so horrible what's going on right now. So hopefully that'll change. So down after that article, which was in the New York Post, I did continue other sources. We know Hollywood's awful, and it goes way back. Hollywood is good for, abusing children. The music industry, we have found out, especially through Diddy, P. Diddy, that music industry is just as bad. Casino industry, and I think you'll see why a couple pages down. I didn't even think of that one. Popular events, and I don't know if your audience knows, but like during the Super Bowl and the Olympics, because the event is worldwide and it's so huge, so many children are going missing. They get snagged in those crowds because we know how busy it gets and how crowded it gets. We'll, maybe we ought to keep our eyes open and just make sure that, if anything looks suspicious, maybe it's for a good reason. But those big events, big time, those traffickers scoop up people and children. The foster care system, which unfortunately I have a lot of knowledge about, not because my kids were in that, but just because of my investigative research for 15 years. That's awful, and I call it the foster care funnel. CPS, which is a part of the whole state system there. Social media, as we know, big time. They're luring the kids online.
Mm-hmm.
Orphanages, that is huge, especially, I think we know that to be out there in Europe. That was huge, the orphanages. Abortion clinics, that's great for the organ harvesting. I think one of the Planned Parenthood gals was bragging on a taped conversation. She didn't know that she was being taped, audio taped. She was bragging about how she was going to get her Lamborghini because she'll be getting $100,000 for a baby's brain. Oh, so they're aborting babies, and they're actually selling the organs. Adoption services. I think the last time I talked about an adoption scheme, it was run through 3 states, including Utah, Arizona, and I think it was Arkansas. Fortunately, they got one of the ringleaders, and he did face charges. He was convicted, but adoption schemes, big time. And then cults, like that NXIVM, I don't know if I spelled that right. That was in upstate New York. So not only did they have victims, young victims, and adult women too, but they were branding them like they were horses.
And there's an organization called, I remember show South Park, whatever. By the way, it was called NAMBLA, I think it was NAM, North American Man Boys Lovers Association. And they were actually filing petitions to make it a right, because it was actually legit California politicians supporting. They said they were born that way, they shouldn't be prosecuted, to give them, and they want them to have a right to have sex with children. And there was Salon.com, the scumbag, I'm being nice. The scumbags at Salon.com, they were sitting there defending pedophiles because they wrote articles slandering me and Alex Jones all the time. So, bunch of scumbags. And they wrote tons of articles saying that, hey, people should go easy on these people because they were born that way, and they have rights too. And what they want to do, these people, they want to do is not only that, if you got a 4-year-old boy, whatever the case, or a little girl, and that next door neighbor's looking at your little boy or girl, you say something, you're going to get arrested for hate crime. You do something, you're going to jail. And because they want to make it so basically, not only do they have a right to have sex with children, you say or do anything about it, you're going to jail for hate crimes. And that's where they're going. And they already legalized up, I think, to 10 years old now, with a parental consent and the judge's approval, that you can marry a 10-year-old off to an adult. It's horrific. And then they get the 10-year law, too. So imagine you're 10 years old, right? And a 20-year-old guy wants to have sex with you. Because of the 10-year law, they could do that. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. Yeah.
That's
but
California.
You know what, Dan, you're right. Because I work on legislation, you're exactly right. So I would caution your audience, or maybe, make your audience aware, on these laws pertaining to the age of consent is what they call it in your state laws. It's a state-by-state thing that's regulated. So Dan is completely right. For some reason, California always has to be up ahead with all of these wackadoodle sex things. And I remember I was working on legislation for my own home state about 10 years ago. And California was trying to lower the age of consent down to 12 years old, which means you go to a park, you have your 12-year-old girl or boy, and, you're out in the park, and if they go to use the outside restrooms, if there is a pervert hanging around, he grabs your child, goes into the bathroom, whichever one, and rapes them, sodomizes, sexually abuses them. You can't do anything about it if that child is 12 years old. So I'm really kind of shocked, Dan, that California has lowered it, the age of consent, to 10. That is absurd. That is so crazy and evil. But it's a state-by-state thing. So everybody check your state laws for the age of consent with sex, and just see so that you can be aware. Do you know what I mean? But like Dan says, in these states where, there's no morality, that level of morality keeps dropping farther, deeper down the hole there. You really need to know what your state law says, because you could be prosecuted, like Dan said, if you protest and it's your child or a relative, or they'll arrest you, not the perpetrator.
I remember.
So that is so upside down.
And I remember, too, it was about 2009, and at the time they were proposing the LGBT same-sex marriage and all that stuff. At the time it wasn't legal yet. And I remember this because it was on my birthday, June 26th of 2010, when they legalized it. So I remember in 2009 when they were proposing this legislation, I told people, listen, it's like, this is what's going to happen. They're going to pass this, which they did. And I said, the pedophiles are going to use the same route, the same argument, and sure enough, after they pass the same-sex law, then years later come out, just as we said it would happen, they use the same route. We were born this way. We got doctors supporting us and all that stuff, and they had the same legislation, the same direction that the LGBT took, the same direction and argument that these pedophiles are using. And they're trying to do this nationwide right now. And you got parts of Canada is doing this too, and it's utterly sickening. And again, they're using the same arguments the LGBT did. Yeah. And I said that too, man. Once they open the door to perversion, it's a floodgate after that. It's a floodgate. Next thing you know, having sex with animals is okay, which a lot of places that allow this happen.
Various states.
Then your kids,
state by state, and you're right, Dan. If they can get their foot in the door and they're successful legally, then the next group comes in and they're going to use the same tactic because, heck, why not? It was successful. And they can push a different agenda they want.
A kid, some guy illegally married, I think, is his mother or something. It was incest laws. I mean, in Rhode Island too, it's all against the law. But I mean, they went to the courts and he was able to marry his mother. I think it was his mother or sister.
Is that not insane? It's hello Babylon.
Yeah.
But look, again, the Bible warns us. We know that in Isaiah, Daniel, and the Book of Revelation, it is going to get so bad as in the days of Noah. So we really need to be aware, and seriously, we need to read the Old Testament and become familiar so that we're not like super shocked. I mean, it is shocking as we talk about all this, but you know what? The Lord tells us what's happening, what's coming our way, and it is going to get worse. So let's be prepared. We can't be cowering in the corner. We have to protect our children especially, but we have to protect our families. In general, we have to protect our families. So
remember going to the State
House. We got
to
stand up and fight the fight.
Yep. I went to the State House a few years ago, and I'm going to bite my tongue because I like to say something with these dirtbags and basically stepping out into the flesh here and using some foul language, but I'll save that. There'll be these dirtbags. They wanted to propose legislation around at the time, and thank God it got shut down. So to teach kindergartners how to masturbate and sexually pleasure yourself. This was a legit bill in the state of Rhode Island, these progressives. And when I confronted these people, oh man, did I lay into them.
But that is in so many states, and even in my own home state, which is supposed to be conservative and family. Oh my goodness, it's through the school system.
Senator Samuel Bell,
and it comes down from the top. So we have to watch our state laws. And if you've got legislators who are on board with all this crap, seriously, you can call their offices. They will listen to you. But, rise up and let them know that this is wrong. You're watching what they're doing. They like to kind of do this, figuring the citizens are not watching how they're voting and what they're voting into law. But you got to let them know that, and you can pick up their voting records online. It's public information. See how they're voting on various bills. Let them know that you're watching. They think they can do this kind of behind the scenes, undercover, without being exposed, but let them know that you're exposing, what they're doing. They're trying to bring all this crap into your home state, and just let them know you're not going to stand for it. Right now, around the country, there are so many groups that are standing up for the right things. So we have to, find out who they are in your state. Be careful. Again, make sure you're getting with the right group, because many of these names sound really good, but you will find out that they are actually an organization pushing perversion. So please find out who they are in that group, who they really are. And then, try to join forces with other people and various groups. We have a lot of activity around there because, frankly, Americans are worried about their own families, and they want to protect their families from all of this ridiculous and awful evil out there. So, anyhow.
I'm sorry, I'll shut up so you can
Dan,
finish your presentation.
No, Dan, this is great because it's better to have an exchange. So I think, let me just breeze through because there are certain points, but, what we're talking about is human trafficking. So there are so many parts to this, it's kind of hard to keep it all summarized, but I will do my best to try to finish up here just so people can have a global view of the global. It's a business. That's what this is about. It's about money, power and money. Number 8, estimated number of victims globally. So again, some of the numbers are going to just be repeated. You can see what those numbers are. So, but we'll go down and maybe to the Google AI overview. Some statistics. 1 in 3 victims of human trafficking is a child. So 1/3 out there are children in the human trafficking business. 54% are women and girls. And then this is an awful statistic, but this is very similar to the child sex abuse that doesn't get reported. The world only identifies less than half of 1% of the estimated victims. So that means all those millions of people, those numbers up above this particular statistic, those numbers are only part of what the true number is.
Wow.
I mean, look at that, Dan. Half of 1% of estimated victims.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Right? We are swimming in evil in this world. So, but again, we can't get discouraged. Everybody has to do their part. Let's see. They're hard to identify. Okay. So, yeah, the justice system, local law enforcement. So the next page, let's see, why did I include that? Again, I think it's just a repetition of the statistics above. And then this, where it says critical, it says the most chilling fact about these statistics is that they only reflect the reported numbers. Human trafficking lives in the shadows, meaning it is impossible to ever know how many cases are happening without being reported. And that is, so it's not just human trafficking. It's, the umbrella also includes child sex trafficking and child sex abuse. They don't come forward. The victims are threatened. They're scared. Oftentimes, it's not just that the traffickers threaten them with their own lives, but it's that the traffickers are actually threatening them that they will kill their families, if they're children, they will kill their mom or their dad if they speak up. And that's, part of Elizabeth Smart's story. She was threatened that her family would be killed. And that happens so much in most of these child sex abuse victims. And, these kids, they're not going to talk because they love mom, they love dad, they love their families or their pets. Traffickers will kill their pets too. So, most cases are never reported. Number 9, okay, yeah, so let's take a look at that. The U.S. cities, I thought that was interesting. With the most trafficking victims, that comes from Visual Capitalist. I've never heard of them, and that's over the 4 years, 2019 to 2023. So there we go.
Whoa.
Out in Nevada. Oh, the U.S. states. I'm sorry. I mislabeled it. I said U.S. cities, but no, it's the U.S. states. Sorry. Nevada. And why is that? It's the casinos. And I never even thought of that. I don't know why Georgia's number 2 or Mississippi. So that's a doozy. But you know what? Out of 50 states, holy cow. My home state of Utah is actually number 11. Why is that? It could just be that we have so many children here. I don't know. That was shocking to me. Yeah. And then number 10, how is this done? How do the traffickers move these people around the world? How do they do it? The first is commercial air travel. Okay. And we hear a lot of stories where, you know, a good citizen notices that there's a child with a man, and the child looks afraid and is looking at them, you know, so, or hinting or trying to get a message. So I guess, you know, if we're out there, we're traveling, you know, on a plane, we're going on vacation, keep your eyes open, whether in the airport or on the plane. Just, you know, I think we all need to be aware that there are victims probably everywhere that we go these days, especially those very public places like airports. Number 2, the land transportation. We know about that. Cars, vans, buses, and trucks. I don't know why they didn't list that. Trafficking by sea. I need to point out that that is a huge one. Those huge container ships.
Oh,
and
they
I
just
have
recently
some
found
maps
some
of the shipping routes globally. That is huge. That's how they get large numbers without being detective from country to country.
That was just revealed not too long ago by some independent media. They were finding children and stuff in these cargo ships.
Yes, and I didn't get to verify, Dan. I don't know if we talked about this, but that Baltimore bridge collapse, and I actually lived out there for a bit, beautiful harbor. But that bridge collapse that happened a couple of months ago. And then to reopen that port, because that's a huge port. Baltimore is a huge port like L.A. I have not verified, so this is just rumor. But I understood that, you know, in those ports, the strike that soon followed from those, the dock workers, that they were striking because they were hearing screams from the cargo, the containers. And so I don't know if that's true because I know they quickly got back to work, but, you know, we have to consider that, you know. Those ships are huge that bring in all of that cargo with those containers that are then loaded onto trains. And just to think that they're actually packed with humans. But I do have a map of the shipping routes around the world, and that's, people wouldn't understand necessarily, but those ships, those huge ships, are a big part of how they're transporting them around.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know that they're also coming through the borders. We're experiencing that right now. The next is hidden compartments in vehicles. Yeah, but, you know, you can't get a large number like you can on those ships. So, and then, yeah, the digital and online trafficking, that's huge because they can set up, you know, meeting with the victims. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I skipped one. The tourism. Trains and freight. I'm sorry, it looks like I skipped ahead. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't want to skip that one. Sorry. Number 5, let's go to number 6. This is huge, too. Underground tunnels. Now, most major cities in the U.S. have an underground tunnel system. And it was really hard for me on Google and using AI to try to get a U.S. map that shows all the underground tunnels. It was so difficult, which tells me that, you know, hello, Google is hiding, you know, a lot about the tunnels. And yet that is another way that they can hide the victims without being noticed, you know, because if you're trafficking, let's say you got 20 victims, you scooped up because there was a hurricane or something, you got them on the container ships, you got them here. How are you going to get those, you know, 30 children without being noticed? Well, you use the underground tunnel. That's how you do it, you know, and you're undetected. And oftentimes, I tell you, these poor kids, they actually wind up living in those tunnels. They never get out to see the sunshine. And so that's how bad it is. And most will just die down there because they never have a life. They're just being trafficked, used for various reasons in the tunnels. So they never get out and see the sunshine. So be aware of that. Every major city has a tunnel system. Number 7, trains and freight systems. There we go. Those containers are loaded onto trains by some huge cranes. Tourism and fake employment. Okay. Digital and online trafficking. We sure know about that, and I'm glad most states are on top of that. Most states will have something. I don't know if it's just in Utah, but they have something called ICAC, and it's internet crimes against children. So they actually have, through your Attorney General's office, a good-sized task force that investigates the internet crimes. So that's good. The states are kind of picking up that ball and doing something about it. Domestic servitude, that's an easy way to hide the fact that you've actually got a prisoner to do your work. Adoption, fraud, and illegitimate child trafficking. Yes, the adoption schemes, that's also huge. And then deceptive or coercive methods. Well, that kind of is the label we can put on all of human trafficking. And then a closer look. I do want to, on the transportation. So if you can go down to number 11, I thought this was interesting. I was able to find a little tunnel map about D.C., and look at that. In the center is the White House, but look at the tunnels. Wow. And they go to these various buildings. So I guess we can understand how it is that our politicians are involved in child sex abuse and other such abuse, if you see that tunnel system. And then here's one from, let's see, this was New York Tunnel Societies. Okay. Didn't know they were tunnel societies, but that's from the History Channel, so look at that. And then below that, we have 7 American cities with underground tunnel systems. So I think that was just the title. So you can go try to find that. And then 14 American cities with crazy underground tunnel systems. And then there's a book on Amazon, Underground Cities. So again, these nefarious, dark, evil, satanic acts have to happen in the dark, and tunnels are great for that. So tunnels are huge in human trafficking. And then the next one, shipping, the shipping lanes. So you need to take a look at that globe, even though I don't want to say anything about the flat earth, but maritime shipping routes and choke points. So you can see how the world is connected. These huge ships, they get everywhere. And that's how a lot of the transportation is done, especially from, the Pacific Islands. They love getting, for some reason, people from the Pacific Islands. And then I listed here on the next page, I don't know how you say that, Pasego, comparative table of top 10 shipping companies, and that's from this year. Wow. So you can see the shipping companies, the global reach. The first one, I don't know how you say that, Maersk, 1,000 plus ports that it carries on its business in.
Wow.
So, you have to figure, oh my goodness, that's how they're doing this. They're shipping them around on the ships. These are huge companies, very financially, what would you say, profitable shipping companies. And I ran out of time, but I don't know if your audience has heard of Ghislaine Maxwell. She was involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yep.
And so she has been prosecuted. I don't know how many years she's got to serve. Her dad was big time in global. I think he was quite dirty. John Maxwell. I forget the business he was in. But anyhow, she was the partner of Jeffrey Epstein. So she was the female figure who was helping to traffic children to all of the wealthy. And her boyfriend, back in 2015, I was researching him but ran out of time. I forget his name. He actually, I thought he owned a shipping company worldwide, hugely successful, one of the top ones, but it actually, I don't think was a shipping company, that has these huge cargo ships. It was a shipping data system business. In other words, he was a tech guy who was, his business focused totally on these on the shipping industry with these cargo ships. So that means what? That means he had the tech, the data to track all these ships, which means, now that makes sense because he could track the ships, the cargo ships, with the human cargo around the world for, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine, and anybody else who was willing to pay. And the wealthy are very willing to pay for these humans to come to them, adults and children. So he was in the shipping data techie part of that whole business, which is hugely profitable. So, and I think if you remember, I think Jacqueline Onassis, wasn't her husband Onassis, I think, wasn't he in the shipping industry too? Very hugely successful. Anyhow, so I don't have the data on that. Or I did, but I didn't have time to include it, so I apologize. But yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell shipping human cargo. And then underneath that next page, organ harvesting. So again, we talked about that, the black market, but going a little deeper into that, organ is obviously a black market. And they bypass... it's carried out in secret, bypassing medical protocols, donor registries, and ethical standards. So again, wealthy folks are willing to pay a lot of money to get the organ they need, and there are doctors out there who are paid on the side with, cash to go ahead and get these victims and remove whatever organ is needed. Organ procurement, they're removed, I think you see in the bold and the underlined part, the organs are removed from living people sometimes without proper anesthesia or medical care. So let's see. And then going down, we could just kind of go down. They targeted populations, the poor, migrants, refugees, and individuals in conflict zones. So we know that's, the typical place for human traffickers to get their victims. And then we can just kind of go down if anybody wants to read on that. I did ask ChatGPT about the Chinese Communist Party and harvesting organs from its own citizens. That actually is happening. It's forced organ harvesting. What the Chinese Communist Party has been doing is arresting and imprisoning the dissidents who don't like the Communist Party. They've been arresting those and making them political prisoners, and they leave them in prison until an organ is needed, and then they go and get the organ. So, and these targeted groups, Falun Gong, practitioners of Falun Gong, the Uyghurs, Muslims, Tibetans, and other political dissidents. So, they're basically prisoners until an organ of theirs is needed, and then it's removed. And oftentimes, they'll take the rest of the organs too.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunately happening big time out there in communist China. Not much we can do about that. And then on the adrenochrome and the blood harvesting, we'll skip through this pretty quick, but it's not just the antibodies. See, ChatGPT is trying to make it look like it's okay.
Yeah.
I was asking, I know there was a business, it's been shut down, or they closed their doors for the blood harvesting and the adrenochrome. They advertised on the internet, and it might have been like on Onion or, the black internet, I don't know. but they were selling blood, human blood that they claimed on their site. They were like, it was like a menu. They were describing it that it was, I forget the words, harvested, not properly harvested, but, and I'm not even going to say humanely harvested, but this company, Ambrosia, which is out of, I think it was Philadelphia, they were advertising blood. And so it took me a while for ChatGPT to kind of answer my question. It just didn't want to do that. But it was a business. Again, it's been shut down. And they were selling blood and advertising it online. And from young donors. And then I asked ChatGPT, when it was selling its blood, I asked how much they were selling it for. And so Ambrosia charged $8,000 per liter of blood. And then the next sentence says that typically blood transfusions would involve multiple liters. And so the cost per session could easily run up to $12,000 to $20,000, and that's in one session. So again, it was a business that was being run to feed the desires of the wealthy. So there we go. Fortunately, they're shut down.
Wow.
But the sale of blood and adrenochrome is happening on the black market. The last thing there is the foster care funnel. And we have a lot of kids, because again, so many of them unfortunately don't have high self-esteem. So they do become targets. And if they're in foster care, whoa, baby, the traffickers know exactly where to go, to get those victims. And so I do call it the foster care funnel. And let's see. So there are laws in place to prevent that, but nevertheless, when does a trafficker ever obey the law?
Yeah.
On the next page, I don't know what page I'm on. Anti-Trafficking International. Do you see that, Dan?
Next page. Yep, you got it, yeah.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yep.
Okay, so in the blue box, this was awful to read. Every 2 minutes, a child is trafficked to be sexually exploited in the United States. Can you believe that, Dan?
Wow.
I mean, that makes me just want to cry right now.
Yeah,
Every 2 minutes? What? Oh, my goodness. That is so awful. Our poor children. Wow.
Yeah.
And then that one family Illinois is just describing, the vulnerable victims. Then down to number 12, who has been exposing and combating human trafficking. And I will say this, President Trump, during his first term, that was one of his main objectives. The mainstream media will never tell you about the good he did. He would be sending out his U.S. Marshals to arrest the trafficking leaders out there, to arrest them, and to free the children. He arrested, it says 67 traffickers, but he freed a lot of children. And he knows exactly what's going on in the child trafficking business, and he worked really hard. Again, it was never really too much public, again, to protect the identities of the children.
Oh, yeah, because when I was doing my news show, when he was president, and the reports were coming out, of course, in the alternative media. But credit to President Trump, and they don't even talk about that at all. All the children that he saved from traffickers and everything else, and of course, the mainstream media don't even want to touch that. No,
because the media up at the top, the owners of the mainstream media are a part of this.
Yeah.
And they help perpetrate this, and they help traffic the children and adults around the world. 6 media companies own all of the media. 6 companies own all of the media in this country. So, there are like 6 individuals at the very top. And, it's just like in so many politicians are involved in this. I know that governors even, they are involved at the top.
Yep.
they're involved with this trafficking business, and therefore they cannot have the truth come out.
That's why they.
So yeah, President Trump was big on rescuing those children and getting those traffickers behind bars. So there are people. Senator Nancy Schaefer, she was murdered back in 2010, but in 2008, she gave testimony out at the U.S. Senate, I believe, about Child Protective Services is a business, and it's in the business for child trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
So she gave testimony. It was a great speech, but, within 2 years, she and her husband were found murdered in their home. And then these next two names, those are the two I didn't have time to gather. There is a senator, I don't know, he might be Arkansas or Oklahoma, and a representative, a female. And the two of them were actually, I think, working together on exposing CPS, Child Protective Services, and both were murdered. And unfortunately, the female, she was murdered at her home. You know what they did? They rolled her up in a rug, and they left her on the driveway. So, exposing some of these sources for humans, when you start exposing this publicly, you really have to watch your back and be careful, because there are a lot of people who don't want to be exposed that they're involved in the trafficking. And frankly, they don't want to lose their pleasures. So it's you go, either they get exposed or you get assassinated. So there you go. Tim Ballard, he was formerly of OUR, and I forget what the O stands for, but he did the Sound of Freedom. He was out there rescuing children from the business. Now, I know his movie, Sound of Freedom. People were saying it's not true, it's not a true story. What the Sound of Freedom was, it was a movie. It was kind of a compilation of several of his cases so that he could get that message across. So it wasn't one particular story with those children. It was a compilation to kind of wake America up and say this is actually going on. And I know he was doing that for at least a decade or more. And then Dan, Dottie, and I think you said her name was Mary, you had two guests in early November, I think. And they know about, one of the gals had her son kidnapped, and, she doesn't know where he is. And, so you had two guests, and I think you said they came back to your show too. So the two of them, and I know that they have, I think each one may have a group where they're actually out there fighting against this, but very knowledgeable gals. I listened to the interview, very knowledgeable with good information. Liz Crokin, she was a former Hollywood reporter, and then she started reporting on child sex abuse in Hollywood, and they set her home on fire. So she got out, nobody was harmed, but that's what they did to her. And then now we have a lot of whistleblowers out of Hollywood. We know the Kathy O'Brien story, victim turned advocate. And then we love David and Donna Carrico on top of this whole topic and the child sex abuse and SRA. And, looks like I did not put the name of their movie in there, that Blue House movie. Do you know the name of that, Dan?
I could check real quick.
Yeah, they have that movie because I see it advertised on their channel. So they are excellent, advocates for our children.
Yeah, I'm getting the name of it now. It's on the network, so it's nystv.org. So let me see, content, live stream, free content.
Yeah, I think if you join up, maybe, is that what it is, that NYS TV that you get to watch it?
The Dark Covenant, Secret of Secrets.
Oh, that's it, yes. Oh, my goodness, yeah. So David and Donna Carrico have huge knowledge on this, and like you said, they have a published book that could be helpful to many victims. So Elizabeth Smart, she victim turned advocate in the state of Utah. She is with an organization. She helps other victims, so that's good. And Amazing Polly, she is a Canadian podcaster. Of course, YouTube banned her because she would always dig for the truth and publish it on her channel. So I don't know how you can find her. She might be, I don't know, she might be on Rumble or BitChute, but she was good. The gal does such excellent digging and research, and she hit that topic of human trafficking and child trafficking, and she named names as to who's involved with it. So she's good too. Roseanne Barr, believe it or not, TV star. She's turned advocate now, fighting for victims. And OUR is the organization out of Utah. They rescue, so you can look them up. And then again, the warning, just make sure you vet the organization or the group or the person before you join forces with them to fight human trafficking or child sex trafficking, because they could be a baddie on the wrong side. And then what can we do? So what can we do? Education, learn about it, take action, either with OUR or, there are groups out there that are good. Contact the authorities. Again, yes, you should do that. But, once again, when you say contact the authorities, oh my goodness, they could be involved themselves. So, you got to be careful. And so then I asked ChatGPT, list all of the ways that people can help to expose and combat against human trafficking. So 1, educate yourself and others, for sure. Number 2, down the page there, support anti-trafficking organizations, but I say you better vet them first.
Yeah.
Just remember Laura Silsby, she's part of that something missing and exploited children. Yet that's exactly what she was doing with the Haiti children. Number 5, report suspicious activity, for sure. Keep your eyes open out there, airports, train stations, your neighborhoods. If you see anything suspicious, for sure, just be aware of it and maybe watch and, see. You're gonna know if there's something nefarious going on. Advocate for policy and legislative change. I actually do that in my own state, and it is effective, but it's kind of, you've got to approach it, as, a citizen, but you got to be somewhat professional about it, but your state legislators will listen to you. So it's worth it for you to try that and work with legislators who are on board with your topic. Find out who they are, and they can get some legislation through, so that's good. And then we're almost done here. Let's see, what was the next one? I think I went down too far. Create safer communities. Looks like number 5. I think I was on that. I apologize. I lost my place.
Yep.
Yeah. So number 5 is create safer communities. I'm not sure what they're talking about there. And I'm just saying keep your eyes open no matter where you go. There could be victims out there and they're looking to you with, those eyes as if they're trying to say, SOS, help me. Number 6, help survivors rebuild their lives. Okay. So there are ways you can be effective there. Engage with the media and social platforms. Be mindful there, though. I'm not going to over-encourage that because, it's very public out there on social media. 8, participate in or organize local events. Well, that's, see who's in your area. That's good to know. Be a safe traveler and consumer. Okay. Educate youth and vulnerable groups. So, these are just suggestions for citizens if you feel like you want to get out there and do more. Support online platforms and technology for anti-trafficking. Again, I'm going to say vet that organization or group. And then 12, engage in corporate social responsibility, workplace training. So, anyhow, so I guess that's it, Dan. I've talked it quite a bit, but I hope that I was able to give your audience an overview of human trafficking, global human trafficking. We can see it's, the number one business globally, and I think that in the U.S. it comes out as number 2, the most profitable business. I don't know what number 1 is in the U.S. I guess I can look that up and find out, but globally, there are claims that it is the most profitable business right now is human trafficking. And so, there you go, Dave. I know you have, Dan, you have a lot to share about the SRA. So I hope it didn't overload your audience, but boy, it's kind of
they're used to it.
An all-consuming topic.
They're used to it because sometimes my broadcasts go for hours on end, and so I used to start my show at midnight, and we go to 3, 4 in the morning.
Okay.
So then it started moving down slowly, and so it's it's been crazy. So thank you so much. So I mean, some great presentation here, and guys, if you want a copy of that. Truth Radio Show at Outlook.com, and just in the title say copy of transcript or whatever, you know what I mean, and I'll send it to you. And I appreciate you doing that too, allowing people to use it. Yeah. I wanted to be organized because there's so much to human trafficking, and I think most of us have a concern about it. So, just a lot of different organizations and a lot of data and statistics, but, I think some good suggestions, just keep your eyes open, and I think everybody can do something, Yeah.
So we're never going to stop the tidal wave of evil, but we sure all have to make an effort and do our best and do our part, and not be discouraged. We just have to get out there because we will have an impact,
Exactly. And just awareness alone is an impact because when more people become aware of it, and it puts the fear of God into these people doing it. Like, oh, we got to watch our tracks now, and when you start looking out for these things, now it starts, it starts to stick out like a sore thumb. And then, people just first thing, the most emotions, people just get mad about it. That's what you need to do. You need to get mad. You really do. You need to get mad. You need to get angry. And to the point, it's like, what? I'm not going to take it no more. Not to sound like the movie Network, but, which is true. You know what I mean? You got to get mad first. Before you do anything, you got to get mad about it. And then when you get mad, then that's when you start taking action, And for those people out there who can take physical action, I highly recommend you do that. And as because that's what us men are supposed to do. Especially when the authorities ain't doing their jobs, you go do it for them. That's the Constitution, Declaration of Independence that says that. You know what I mean? If our authorities and the government are not doing their job, it is our responsibility as citizens to do it for them.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Dan? That's right, because, if anybody out there has had the experience of a family member or a close friend being trafficked or being sexually abused or anything like that, then, immediately you always will have that passion to fight against this. But if you didn't have that kind of firsthand experience with this stuff, then Dan is right. Get some passion, read about it, get yourself to the point where you feel angry, but you also feel the urge to go out and do something. And that gives you the passion, and let the Lord lead you, in your choices. But you need to have passion to get out there and fight for these children, fight for these even adult slaves. If you think of the underprivileged around the world, they're adults. But when it comes down to it, in the trafficking, in human slavery, they really almost have the demeanor of a child, and they need help. They feel weak, helpless. They don't know who to turn to. And so I would just say, this is so pervasive everywhere around the globe, and people are making so much money off of it. So for all of us, normal, God-fearing folks who don't want this to be going on, just keep your eyes open, And so even tonight with this presentation, if I'm going to be getting on a plane, now I see that I better be like scanning the airport and noticing, is anybody out? You can look at the eyes, you can see the demeanor of these people that have been put into slavery of one kind or another. And so maybe just scan the airport, scan the plane, see who is out there who might be a victim of this stuff, because they're out there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just take action.
Well, Dan, thank you so much. And I'm going to let you take over about the SRA, another gruesome topic. But you know what? This is reality now in our current world, so we have to talk about this. We have to know what's going on. So, but Dan, thank you so much for letting me be a guest on your show.
Absolutely.
Tonight.
And let's plan on, whenever next month, whenever you feel like it, we'll get together to do that thing on pornography. You know what I mean? And because that's what really. Because again, a lot of people have been asking me questions about, we could get into so much stuff with anything to do with sexuality, but the pornography, how demonic it is, and that's demonic as it comes.
Yeah, you know what? Thank you, yes, for refreshing me on that. Yeah, there's a lot to the pornography that I started learning about probably about 15, 20 years ago. So, but I'll dig up the new data because, there's just constantly new stuff.
Yeah.
So, we can dig into that. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, sister. And I, commend you so much for, standing up for these children and, for these people in general, not just the children, but the adults too, standing up for what's right. And God bless you, sister.
Oh, thank you, Dan. And God bless you for having this show and a platform where you can talk about the truth and make people aware. So thank you so much. And thank you. Bless you.
Bless you. So that was Chris there from former Mormon. Second time she's been on. It's going to be a third time soon. But yeah, it just makes you really like, And I would love. Anybody in Rhode Island, I'm telling you right now, if you're running a sex trafficking ring or anything like that, and I find out, you better pray to whatever God it is that you serve, because I'll come after you. I have no problem doing that. I don't care if I get arrested doing it, whatever the case. Yeah, your whole ring's going down, and everybody in it too. It's like that is just like beyond, like when it comes to kids, that's where I draw the line. You know what I mean? Plain and simple. That's where I draw the line when it comes to kids being harmed. And we did a program last night, my first show is Biblical Warfare. So guys, if you're not aware of it, I launched a new program every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern now. It's called Biblical Warfare. So basically, it's about an hour broadcast. What we do is we cover a Bible lesson, then we'll go to so-called Bible contradictions, because there's millions of them, right? So I go through all of them to debunk so-called contradictions, then bring up some news that's going on, like biblical related. So awesome stuff, man. And so we're gonna be doing that every week now, and it's called Biblical Warfare, then Spiritual Warfare Friday. So we got Thursday and Friday shows now, and so it's pretty cool. And I enjoyed it. Last night we were talking about children, be as the children, and which is related to this too. Jesus wants us to be as children spiritually. To have that 100% faith in the Lord and everything else. So, but how important children to God? We explained that last night too, and we'll bring it up 1,000 times more. We brought it up 1,000 times before. The millstone verse. It'd be better for you to tie a millstone around your neck and drown, literally, for those people who mislead children in any which way. And anybody out there doing this to children, you better get on your hands and knees and repent, because the holy hell that's coming your way, you have no idea. You have no idea what's coming your way. And yeah, much as I would love to come over there and beat the snot out of you and probably shoot you in the face, okay, and for doing this to children, that's nothing compared to what the Lord's going to do. And if you think I sound violent, I'm sorry, but that's actually I'm not sorry for that, because that's the least we could do to these scumbags out there. So you better get on your hands and knees and repent and turn away from your sins, because you have no idea the hell's coming your way when you meet the face of God for judgment. And God forgive me for talking like that, but yeah, vengeance is mine, says the Lord, and the Lord is going to take full vengeance on you for these people who do this to children. So yeah, no, we're going to get the phone calls too here. So yeah, we'll take some phone calls and all that stuff. And but I enjoyed this broadcast. It was very informative. And if you want to copy this stuff, guys, email me, truthradioshow@outlook.com, and you'll get the. Let me get that up on screen, and here you go. There's the email address right there. Take a screenshot of it, whatever the case. truthradioshow@outlook.com, if you want to copy that transcript. And by the way, guys, I don't know how YouTube's going to take to this show tonight. So if for some reason you don't see this, we're broadcasting live on Rumble too. So people on Rumble, what's up? What's going on? We're on live on YouTube and Rumble. So it's also posted on truthradioshow.com, our main website. So there's several ways, and also it's going to be on the radio broadcast of shakeandwakeradio.com. Also, hopefully, if this holds up for the next couple of days on YouTube, you'll see us here on Thursday night on the FOJC Radio, 9 p.m. Eastern. So I'm just praying that YouTube, because we talked about some certain things that could be questionable for YouTube, whatever the case. They're like real finicky with this stuff. So we always try to respect YouTube's policies. We do. Much as we might not agree with them all, but we do have to respect YouTube because they provide us with this awesome platform, and we got to respect that. You know what I mean? So other than that, man, we could take some phone calls. And before we do that, I want to, some plugs here. So once again, talk about the flu season, everything else coming up. If you go to EstherJades.com, I'm sorry, the website's down right now. Esther Jades, which is our Facebook page, just type Esther Jades Ltd. You'll see Kathleen and Tanya there. That's mother and daughter family business. And they sell all these natural remedies and everything else, and the fire cider, and the biggest one right now to get, especially to avoid the flu and everything, the fire cider and the 4 Thieves vinegar. That's really, really good stuff. And if you got a sore throat, at the time of year you get the sore throat and you get the cough and all that, you take some of that 4 Thieves vinegar and the fire cider, and you can feel it burning down your throat, and it clears it up, and literally it just knocks the sore throat right out. It's really awesome. And I think it was September, October, I started getting that. And because everybody in my house was sick and everything. So I took some of the stuff and it just really kicked the snot of it, and good stuff, man. And also, again, FOJC Radio, if you want the literature and everything else we talked about earlier on SRA and all that. So when it comes to SRA, FOJCRadio.com. So please check them out there. And it's called the Dark Covenant, Secret of Secrets. If you go to NYSTV, that's nice TV, nystv.org, and you sign up and you get to watch these exclusive documentaries, and most of these things are banned off YouTube and everything else. The Book of Enoch, awesome stuff. Another Dark Covenant, Vampires, Lies of the Immortal. This one here is explosive, and it really debunks the whole so-called, when the media downplayed the satanic rituals, the ritual abuse, they called it the satanic panic, to make it sound stupid, to make it a light of it, so the public wouldn't get outraged about it. Oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. No, it's not at all. Again, on our broadcast here on the channel somewhere, you'll see the satanic panic is real. That's the name of the broadcast we did. Me, John Pounders, and I think David was on that one, but yeah, it's crazy stuff. So, and also, we talk about this a lot. This is what goes on in the occult, man. List of satanic holidays. It's called SRA. Satanic or sexual ritual abuse. And these are the dates. And this is a date, the celebration, the type of celebration, ritual, I should say, the usage, and the age of the sacrifice. So January 1st is they call New Year's Day, and it's a Druid feast day. And they use ages 15 to 33. And where it really gets violent and bloody, and like blood sacrifice right here, Satan William's bad day. And it's animal and or human sacrifice in dismemberment. Male, if possible, there. And they got the 7-year-old to 17-year-old females. This one's called the Satanic Revels. And the dates vary according to the year. But Satanic Revels, usually January 17th, it's a sexual type ritual. It involves oral, anal, and vaginal usage, it's disgusting. And they use 7-year-old girls up to 17 years old. Then there's one they call the abduction ceremony preparation in with holding for sacrificial victims of Candlemas. And it's a sexual and blood ritual. So it's anal, oral, or vaginal, human sacrifice, female or a child of any age. And we could go right down the list, and it just gets gruesome. It really does. Especially this time of year, we roll into October, and now we're into November. Yeah, and November, we're actually approaching December now. So these right here is where it really gets stepped up. When September to October, this is where the things get really gory. Tons of satanic rituals. We're in that season now that, these feasts, these satanic feasts and all that. And they go back years, they're called pagan feasts and all this other stuff because they go back thousands of years. Satanic and all that, like Satanism is a modern day term for the same stuff. They go back thousands of years, and certain levels of witchcraft do this as well, and certain levels of paganism, and not all witches do this stuff, not all Satanists do this stuff. These are the highest levels that do this. It's horrible. So right now we're into going almost into December. So December 22nd is the winter solstice day. And again, the dates vary. I forgot when winter solstice is this year. But it's an orgy orgy ritual. It's oral, anal, and vaginal in any age of human, male or female. Human or animal. And so, Christmas Eve, they call it demon revels. It's a demor. I forgot what that means. It's a French word for, I think it's orgies or something like that. High grand climax in any age, male, female, human, or animal. So they have orgies with animals or children or both. And of course, Christmas Eve, it's a blood sacrifice. It's to receive body parts as Christmas gifts, infant males. And this is disgusting, man. They wrap up body parts and give them to each other. They ingest the blood of these children. They have, I try to be clean about this. All right, and all these rituals require human excrements. I'm just trying to put it in a clean way, like sperm, okay? I'll just use it like that. Period blood, things like that. They use this stuff in rituals. Very gross and disgusting. They even eat human feces and everything. And yeah, you think this is a joke, and it's, far from it. I wish I could tell you right now that I'm lying to you. I wish I could tell you that this is all conspiracy theory, that this is all made up in science fiction. I wish I could tell you that. I would love to be able to tell you that. And I would love to be wrong, but I'm not, unfortunately. This is what really goes on. This is on, we don't even know what else goes on in this is just outlining the stuff. Then we got occultists that we read from Aleister Crowley's books and other people like him that have done some disgusting things to children. And a lot of times they're human boys because it robs their innocence from them. When you have a sex with the sodomy with a young boy, disgusting. And they robs the innocence from them, and they believe it provides seething energies from these demons with these occult rituals and all that. Then, of course, the adrenochrome when they sacrifice the child. It's a grand height of, the fight or flight mode when your adrenaline's going through the roof. You know what I mean? So that's very important in the occult world. And it's all to do with children. So that's why you got hundreds of thousands of kids just from the 324,000, what it was. I guess for his love, I think, in the chat room there, was saying that it's actually up to 500,000. They reported the other day by his love. Yeah, so thank you for that statistics. So 500,000 kids. Those are just immigrant children. That's not counting the American kids. So we're looking at, I don't even know. It could be up to 1 million kids a year total, going just in the United States alone. That's got to tick you off to no end. It really should. And, it's and I said it last week too, or the week before, 2 weeks ago, that, which is sad. I love the animals and all that. So it shows you where the priorities are in this country, with people. That guy, he left his dog in a car. And it's hot out, with the windows up. It's sad, yeah. But they'll have national outrage over it. They'll sign petitions against the people. Oh, man. Yeah, they'll want to crucify the guy. But, yeah. Oh, did you know there's, this week alone in your town, at the abortion clinic down the street, they committed about 200 abortions within a week. Yeah, who cares? You hear crickets. And it was in Warwick, Rhode Island over here. It was a guy left his dog outside. It was chained up to the dog house and, snow on the ground. Of course, people outraged over that. They were like yelling at the guy, going to the town hall, city hall, whatever, and griping about it. Calling animal cruelty, and all that. But yeah, again, the abortion clinics massacring children, nothing at all. And I put it in the comment section too. What about the kids getting killed? Nobody responded. And you could do this. Go do a social experiment. Go on your Facebook or Twitter or something and put find a story of some guy left a dog out, whatever the case, right? Everybody in the mother would be commenting. They would want this guy crucified or whoever did it, right? But yeah, your abortion clinic just committed 1,500 abortions this month. You'll hear nothing. That's what really ticks me off to no end. And remember that Cecil the lion thing? There was some African lion, they called it Cecil. And there's some poachers killed it, whatever the case. And, oh, man, worldwide people were outraged. They were writing petitions. They literally want to go hunt these guys down and kill them. But, yeah, the 40-plus million babies that have been aborted in 1 year, let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about the millions of kids that have been kidnapped in these pedophile rings. Yeah, let's not talk about that. So you're looking at over 15 million, at least a year, of kids either getting aborted or whatever, God knows what they're doing to these kids. Then you got the real societies, these occults and all that. Oh, man, they cook the baby. I know it sounds far-fetched, but yeah, they cook the babies in this gold foil and everything else, and they ingest the human flesh of the babies. And some rituals they have, and it's just stains in your mind when you see this stuff. That they'll have, oh man, God, I don't want to talk about it, I really don't, but yeah, and I have to tell you, I don't, because we have to tell you the truth. They'll take a kid right out of the womb, right from the womb with the umbilical cord on it. The guys will ejaculate over the baby. They would eat the baby and all the little blood that comes out of it and all that. Have sexual, like whatever kind of sex they would have with that baby. Then they would kill the baby. Then all of them would indulge in the blood and everything else. These people are demonic, and this is only scraping the tip of the iceberg, tip of the spear, however you want to say it. They would body excrements and everything else all over the babies. Guys would masturbate all over the babies, have sex with the person, and this like vile, disgusting stuff. You couldn't even write this in a storybook. And they would do this to children and everything else, and kids like all the way up to teens and everything else. They rape these children. And their buddies come and have their ways with them and everything else. And these poor kids. This goes on every day across this country and all over the world. Every day. But yeah, leave a cat in the car. Oh yeah, they'll have you crucified for it. Talk about this stuff. You get kicked off of social media. Talk about this stuff. You get labeled as a conspiracy theorist. And that's where the priorities are in this world. Don't care about kids, but yeah, let's get outraged over an animal. Which I love animals. Don't get me wrong. I love animals. And I don't think animals or humans should be going through this stuff, But unfortunately, people's priorities are out the window. They really are. So we'll take some phone calls, guys. And if you want to help support this ministry, we got a link in the chat room and also in the description of the video up on Rumble and YouTube. If you want to help support this with gifts and donations, the links in the description. We got a PayPal, we got a Venmo, a CashApp, and we got that Ko-Fi site. Basically, if you don't have none of that, you go to Ko-Fi. You don't even have to sign up for nothing. Donate what you want and pay, whatever card you want to use. You don't have to sign up for nothing. So we've been using that for a while. So it does help this ministry, guys, to provide more content like this, to pay for the streaming services and equipment we need, to rent in the studio. And once a month, we like to help people too, which we're going to be doing that real soon. We like to help people who are in need and donate some of the donations to them as well, families or whoever's going through some problems. So, and it goes a long way, and it's all blessings from the Lord. And most of all, we want everybody to donate your prayers for us. That's number one. So Let's take some phone calls, guys, and just try to remember, please, when you call, I don't like to rush people, but please be reasonable. Oh, another one. I want to disclose one more thing before we go. And I'm not going to say the person's name. Hopefully we resolve the issue. But there's a certain person called in a couple weeks ago, and I guess they had a falling out with Dynasty TV, whatever. I don't know what happened. They claim that David Carrico or John Pounders blocked them, whatever. I don't know the case. Okay, that's not my business. But I asked them what happened, you know what I mean? And they got mad, whatever the case. But they got mad because my broadcast here, I get shit on FOJCRadio. Then because they called into the show and they didn't like the fact that the show was shit on FOJC. And I didn't give you my permission to use my call. Well, I just want to explain something here, how this goes, right? So when you call into a live show, right? When you call into a live show on the radio, TV, wherever, or you step in front of a camera out in the street of a news crew, right? The very second that you step up to that microphone or you make that phone call, you have no right to privacy at all. None. You don't get to decide what happens after that. You can't say, oh, I changed my mind. I want my call off the air. I want you to edit it out. I want you to pull it down. I don't want you to share it to these other networks. You don't get to decide that. So I just want to let you know, the very second you pick up their phone, dial that number, and say, hello, and I'm like, you're on the air. Right then and there, that's a self-consent. I don't need your permission to share this show on anybody else's network. You don't get to have any say about that. It becomes public domain. And because they had to make these protection laws years ago, because what would happen is, just say, like this program here, right? A troll would call in to say, hey, blah, 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 blah. Then later on, oh, I don't want my voice on the air. So they would try to get you in trouble with the FCC or whatever to say, I changed my mind. I'm not giving consent. So they made protection laws for talk show hosts on TV. Because the very second you step on that microphone or the call, whatever the case, you've already given your consent. So it doesn't matter. I could share this out to 50 million shows. I could do whatever I want with this content. You become public domain, your call. So you don't have a say where it goes, how I use it, or anything like that. I just want to express that. It's the first time I've been doing this show here for like 3 years or so. And we've been using phone calls and all that. And we never had a problem with that. Never. Even the trolls that called in, they never even did that. But this one particular person made a big federal case about it. And I told him, hey, listen, do what you got to do. Because we have laws to protect us with that. So, I just want to disclose that. But you guys want to call in, go for it. And thank you for the donation, whoever donated. And all that good stuff. So, thank you guys. It's been a great program here. And we got to do that show on sexuality and all that because very important stuff. And what porn does to you, it's a physical, emotional, mental, and especially spiritual effects on you. It really does. It attacks your psyche. Check this out, right? So, and I'm sure everybody here, we're all adults. I am sure that probably 99% of us, 99.9% of us, if not all of us, have one time or another watched pornography. At one time or another, right? Or looked at some pornography, whatever the case, right? So the effects that it takes on you. So you get indulgent to it, right? So you're indulgent to the sexual sin, right? So what's the chances of you going to pray? What's the chances of you trying to talk to God? You feel embarrassed. You're like, ugh, can't believe I did that because the Holy Spirit just convicted you. You do your thing, whatever it is, okay? You've already done your thing. Now you're done. You're laying there. You're like, ugh. Yeah, you're just embarrassed to talk to the Lord because you knew damn well what you did was wrong, and the conscience, the Holy Spirit got to you. So the chance of you even praying to the Lord is slim. Then later on, you're like, oh, God, please forgive me for being a retard. You know what I mean? And so that's what happens, and even people in the faith indulge in that stuff. You know what I mean? Like deep into the faith. Pastors do it, whatever the case. You know what I mean? And it's a bad thing, and because they lure you in. And how do you get sucked into it? It could be anything, right? And this is why, okay, this goes deep. Okay, in a marriage, this is why the Bible, and ladies, you need to listen to this, and men. In the marriage, you are not supposed to deprive your husband or wife. Doesn't matter what your excuse. Oh, I'm tired. Well, you know what? Get over it. I worked all day. Oh, too bad. You know what I mean? You're morally obligated to give it to your husband or wife. You know what I mean? And yeah, circumstances, if you're sick or whatever the case, that's understandable. But you don't deprive your husband and wife, especially weeks, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and excuses come out of the woodwork. Oh, I got kids. I got friends. I got a friend who's got 5 kids. 5 kids. And she still makes time for her husband. So there's no excuse. You know what I mean? And, you have to put it down, put it point blank, you know what I mean, with people like that, because, and this is where it starts. You start depriving your husband or your wife, then they result to masturbation. Then the masturbation gets boring. Then all of a sudden, let me look it up. Well, you'll get some porn going. Then it stimulates you. Then the porn gets worse and worse, and the perversion gets worse. Then you start immersing it, and as you're doing that, you're becoming disconnected from God, disconnected from your wife. Then your wife is like, that's weird. He's not bothering me for sex anymore. That's weird. And then all of a sudden, when you, if she does give it to you, and all of a sudden she notices you're starting to ask her to do perverted things that you never asked her before. Where the hell is he getting this from? Well, the husband, whatever the case, it doesn't matter. So that's where it starts. And when the Bible talks about that, and it causes the man to go astray. If you are depriving your husband, he's going to look at other girls. You know what I mean? Plain and simple. So, caller on the air. What's up, Dan?
What's going on, buddy? How are you?
What up, brother? Pretty good.
Nothing. Hey, congratulations on the 1,250-pound club.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
yeah,
oh my God, that's a beast of a video. Anybody who's listening, that's Dan. What is that? Is that your goal? Was that your goal, 1,200, or do you have something higher?
Oh, 1,500.
1,500 pounds.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm actually close to that. Like I got. My total max weight is probably 1,425 or something.
That's wild, dude.
So if you guys know what that is, a 1,000-pound club, it's a bench press, squat, and deadlift. All 3 of those max weights combined. So
that's just nuts.
Yeah.
I'm 180 something, and I'm a toothpick compared to that. That's wild, dude. That's
yeah.
Jesus. Well, congrats on that feat, man. That's keep going, dude. Keep going. You gotta keep striving.
I remember the first time I cracked 1,000. I'm like, whoa, that was like an awesome feeling. Then the 1,250. I did the 1,250 before, but it wasn't official. And I'm wicked close to the 1,500, and I can't wait to break that. It's gonna be great.
It's a remarkable feat, man. It's a remarkable feat just for 200, 300, 500 pounds.
Yeah.
Let alone 1,000. So, keep going. Congrats, man. That's awesome.
Right, I tell everybody out there, it doesn't matter if you weigh 180 or whatever. If you could bench your body weight or more, that's impressive. You could weigh 100 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
And if you bench 100 pounds, like you weigh 180, if you could bench 180 or more, that's impressive, man.
Oh, yeah. I can do just about my own.
Yeah.
I haven't done it in such a while, but I was able to get my own just about.
Yeah.
Leg press. I was able to do a lot more. Always had lower body strength, being in track and field and whatnot. But that was that's a feat, and a lot of people, you'd be surprised, a lot of people can't.
Yeah.
A lot of people would be surprised at the strength is just sapped out of people. It's what we eat. It's, it's how we live and all that. And yeah, man, we got to get back on getting to a healthy lifestyles, and the internet, the porn, the food, the drugs, the alcohol, man, it just zaps everybody out.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it in society, man. They're trying to get people drugged up. They want everybody on weed and everything. anytime I see this whole thing, legalize marijuana. Listen, I'm as libertarian, American libertarian, not like a anarcho-capitalist libertarian or, whatever. I am a pure American libertarian. Listen, I don't care what you do, but if you keep on saying like, oh, I want legalized marijuana, you have no idea what that means, right? It just gives more power to the government to do what they want with it, right? What you should have is just decriminalize marijuana. The thing is, they want it's an inside job in the mind. They want everybody hooked on marijuana. You go down the road, you can't get behind one car without smelling marijuana.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You can't go down everywhere. And they want people zoned out. They want people like zombies.
Yeah.
I mean, it just speaks to the, ridiculously crap lifestyle and health that we have in this country. It's like, go ahead. You can smoke your green. I don't care. But they want everybody, just tapped out. And it's it's disgusting.
Now, you see at the light, right? You're sitting at the light turns green, right? Yep. Waiting. Then you got to blow the horn from the go almost every time. And it's like, dude, move your ass. You know what I mean? And, you start
he's spaced out.
Yeah, because he's like, dude. And it takes some, and here's the thing, too, with these people, because my friends smoke, and I point out all the time, and they don't believe it, so in their heads, they think they're responding rapidly, but in reality, it's like, hey, you want to go to the store with me? 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds later, oh, yeah, let's go. I'm like, what took you so long to respond? And then their heads,
they're zoned out.
Yeah.
They're absolutely zoned out, man.
Then
but
they get lazy.
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's a lifestyle choice. It's just like what you were just talking about pornography.
Yeah.
Like you start doing it once, you get hooked on this lifestyle, right? Like you get hit the pornography thing is like a fantasy, right? And it's part of this lifestyle. Like you start looking at pictures and all that and videos and everything, that's what you want, a man or a woman or whatever. And you start getting into this whole mental evil mind game. And that's what it is. And that's how the government plays this whole marijuana thing. All right. I don't care. You can do your weed oils and whatnot. I know the health benefits. I know the bad, side effects. Nobody has a school.
Yeah.
But it's a whole thing. And you have to get out of these crutches. Mm-hmm. That's all they are, is just the evil crutches.
Yeah.
And you have to get out of them. There's no benefits of looking at porn. There's no benefits on having a marijuana lifestyle or whatever. You have to. They're all excuses.
Yeah. They're
all excuses in life. And then we just had in my mother's neighborhood, we had a story of, you wouldn't even know it. Guy he's going to jail now for, I think, 15 plus years of literally trading and downloading child pornography. And it's like, you wouldn't know this. You just pass this guy walking his dog or whatever, you wouldn't know. He got his house busted in by the FBI. You know what I mean? It's just wild, people you wouldn't even know.
Yeah.
Because it's a lifestyle to them. And all this stuff just gets sweat. And you see all the articles all the time. The mental toll that pornography takes, especially on the men population. But I think a lot of people don't realize it's the women population, too, that actually is heavily involved with it as far as doing everything like what men do. And then you factor in the OnlyFans, and then that just but then it's the same people, usually it's the same women. Oh, don't think of me like that. I'm not a hoe. Don't think of me like that. Stop talking bad about women like that. Lady, you're selling yourself on the internet.
Yeah.
You're disgusting. How hypocritical and evil can you be?
And I was in a sandwich shop, right? Me and my cousin, Riccardi's up in Attleboro there, right? So we go in there, right? And there's two girls in front of us, summertime, many years ago, right? And they're wearing Daisy Duke shorts. Their butts are hanging out. And, of course, you're looking, you know what I mean? The woman turns around. She's like, gives me the dirtiest look. She goes, do you realize my daughter, you're looking at a 12-year-old? I'm like, what? And she's 12 years old. And it's like, second of all, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be yelled at because why would you let your daughter have ass hanging out of Daisy Duke shorts at 12 years old? And she shut up real quick. Yeah. And you expect no guys to look? Not look. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you people? Like, I would never dress my daughter like that. Yeah. No, it's disgusting. You understand why we have sickos in this society. Like it's that, but you can't like blame the child. The child is ignorant. As disgusting as it is, the child's innocent, right? The child has no idea because they're learning from the older person. You can't even call them an adult because that older person has such a childish and sick mentality. Yeah. Right. So the child has no idea, and that so-called parent, quote unquote parent, should be like tarred and feathered. Like that's disgusting. Yeah. And then they yell at you for looking. Yeah, right. Like, and I'm definitely a hypocrite because like a dude is gonna look at women. Yeah. Right. Like you can wear, a 23-year-old is gonna pass by, not you, you're a married man, but as a single dude, she's gonna pass by me, smoking bud. Where if you got it, flaunt it, great. But be respectful. Don't I'm sorry for the language, slut yourself out. Yeah. Like, be respectful. Okay? Men, I'll put myself in this category. Men don't want to see stuff hanging out. Yeah. Okay? You don't have to put on, 10 pounds of makeup. You don't have to, wear the short dress. You know what I mean? You don't have to wear the spaghetti straps, whatever. Okay, be respectful. If you want respect, you got to be an adult about it. It's disgusting when these parents, these new age parents coming up, and they're buying these clothes and this provocative stuff for their kids, for their girls especially, but you get some of these, how should I say it, husband and husband, wife and wife parents, and they're like bringing up the boy, and they're putting like tutus on them and makeup on them. What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing? Can you just let the kid be a kid? What are you doing? So, I'm probably gonna sound like a hypocrite to most people out there, like, oh, you don't look at women. Of course I look at women. I'm a single guy. But I'm not being a creep. I'm not sitting there on the street corner with like a set of binoculars. You know what I mean? I'm done with porn. We were all kids. We all went through that stage. Yeah. My brother had magazines stacked in his room, stacked in his bed. Like, it was ridiculous. Yeah. Quite frankly, it was gross. You know what I mean? Like, we all went through that. At some point, you have to come face to face with life. You have to grow up. And the problem is you have such a horrible, sick society today that is just consumed in fantasy, consumed in this unrealistic way of life. It's gonna take a God's miracle to turn this around. It's doable. It's just like the people have to want to do it, and you can't legislate it, right? You can't legislate it. It's natural selection, almost like part of the survival in society. And these are the people that are going to get locked up for something because it's like a domino effect. It leads to problems in the household, and then it becomes domestic issues, and then you got the cheating involved, and it leads to divorce, and then the family splits. The kids, are messed up because of the mom and dad split, and then you factor in this. I don't know what you call it these days, but like they're just sexualizing the kids.
at such a young age, you got, I don't care, that's fine if you're same-sex married, or it doesn't matter, but like they're bringing their kids up in that same way of life, and it's just messing society up, and it's just, I don't know, man. I see the sex trafficking, like being in the trucking industry, I've done a lot of research on it, like, and I told you on the last show when I called in, these kids are literally trucked in, and the way that they hide these kids. I mean, there's cars that come through the border, and they're literally like, they'll customize the car so that the kids are literally packed in the car fenders. It's like they'll sneak these kids in any way they possibly can. They put them in tractor trailers, they put them in cars. Dude, it's insane. And while all the attention is on that car, 10 cars like 300 miles down the border sneak in. They're flown in, they're bussed in, they come through the northern border. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. And I told you before, Satan goes after the kids because he can't go after God, so he goes after the kids.
Yep.
And that right there alone is just... Yeah,
he attacks what's most precious.
It's just disgusting. All the attention is... It's such a nightmare that... But you have to be involved. You know what I mean? You have to be involved. You have to... All this has to come into the light to make it known as much as possible, because if it just gets swept under the rug, man, these kids are dying by the day. I mean, it's out. You guys were talking about the 320-something thousand kids that are just abruptly lost or missing. They're not. I bet you there's a good portion of them that they know exactly where they are and how they came in. I bet you they have some sort of tabs on them. But this government, this current government, is actively involved. Make no mistake about it. They're actively involved in child sex trafficking.
Yeah. Or
at least the trafficking part. And what is your evidence about that? Well, the NGOs. These private, quote unquote, organizations, these private, self-funded organizations, which if you track the money, it's all in a circle. All comes back to the government and other buddy groups.
And that's why Biden is protecting Ukraine for, because Zelensky, he's a huge sex trafficker. They're so disgusting how they make Russia out to be the bad guys. Russia's the good guys in this whole ordeal. And, because Zelensky for Ukraine with the I gotta watch what I say on YouTube, but that, the labs, okay, and the sex trafficking and the big time and money laundering and everything else. And so they're the, Ukraine are the enemies. They're the, them and NATO. It's a NATO proxy war, but that's why because the Biden's got a lot of assets in Ukraine. So, and the thing is, if the Zelensky goes down, all that stuff's going to come out. All the sex trafficking, the child pedophilia, all the rings that they go going on with Ukraine and everything else, the scandals and all that. So they know if Putin but nobody's saying Putin's perfect, whatever. But Russia's 100% innocent in this whole thing. You know what I mean? And
dude, I think if people are looking for a perfect person, like you're already a hypocrite, right? Like. Putin's not perfect. Trump's not perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, your doctor down the street isn't perfect. Like, nobody's perfect. None of us are, yeah. But I'm going to say this. Anybody can, I don't care if you disagree with me, like, as far as anybody in the chat or anybody listening. You don't have to like Putin. I'm not telling you to. I'm not telling you to like Russia or whatever. But I'm telling you right now, he is very religious.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't stand for any of that same-sex marriage in his country. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying he has a set of morals, and you're going to be like, wow, he's killed so many Ukrainians. Hear me out. He doesn't stand for any of that. He doesn't stand for that ISIS shit.
Yep.
Him and Trump went fucking, excuse the French, hand in hand in taking out ISIS.
Yeah.
He doesn't stand for that, and he doesn't stand for child sex trafficking. This dude, you can disagree with him on trade, on policy, obviously being like, a dictator, That's not our country, right? Like, he could be a dictator in his own country. If that's what the people want over there, that's what they're going to get. But he doesn't stand for that stuff.
Yeah, what he said too. He was he's telling people, it's like, if you want, because they got a immigration policy, right? And he's telling everybody, it's like, in the United States, if you want to be safe from the New World Order, come to my country. We'll skip the immigration process. Yeah, and
oh shit.
Yeah, he came out to say that. And when he had the interview with Tucker Carlson, he was telling a lot of truth. They gave Tucker Carlson a lot of crap over that. They literally did, give him a lot of crap because he went over there and they were afraid of the stuff that Putin was going to expose, and it's so sickening, right? The Boston Marathon. They were Russian phobia for last couple of years. They wouldn't let anybody from Russia compete in the Boston Marathon. Isn't that discrimination?
It is, because it's one thing if you disagree with the Russian government. Okay, but what has any Russian citizen done to you? Yeah. Like think about that. Has any Russian citizen, and I've actually, when I was driving limo, when I was a livery driver, I met some Russians. I met some people that were from that neck of the woods, and that might not be exactly Russian, but it might be like Czech or whatever. Like, they've done absolutely nothing to me. They tap my phones. Okay, our U.S. government taps everybody else's phone. Yeah. We are such hypocrites. Yep. Dude, we have submarines off of their coast as much as they have submarines off of our coast. Yep. Okay, and the only reason it's like that Batman and Joker thing. We need the Joker, and the Joker needs Batman. Yep. We're not going to annihilate each other. That would be so stupid and pointless. But I just hate that we're like you're told to hate Russia. I thought hate was a bad thing. Why am I supposed to hate I think the Russian people are great people. A little whacked out. I think they have a little too much vodka, but you know what? I'm libertarian. You can do whatever you want.
It's crazy too because they bought them from the Olympics, the International Cat Federation. They want nobody bringing their cats from Russia, and it was a big, during this whole ordeal with Ukraine. But back in the Nazi days, the Olympics didn't withhold German people. They had because they know the athletes had nothing. The International Chess Players Association, right? There was a world champion chess player from Russia. They asked him, what's your view on the whole Ukraine thing? He goes, I don't care. I'm not a politician. I play chess. They say, well, you better make a decision. And if you don't, he goes, well, I got to stay with my country. I'm from Russia. And they kicked him out. You know what I mean? And, so they're putting people, just trying to exile Russians. You know what I mean? But they didn't do that to the Nazi, Germans during the Nazi era. It's like, but it's all a scam, man. But I do get going on and get some calls lining up. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Take them calls. And hey, nice talking to you, buddy.
You too, brother.
Love you. Love the show. Great show as always. Keep spreading this, man. Keep spreading it. I mean, you gotta stick to what YouTube allows you, what to do, but just keep getting it out there. And it's disgusting stuff, but people need to hear the disgusting side of it because it has to end. It has to end. It's so vile. It's so evil. But hey, happy Thanksgiving to you.
You too, brother. Love you, man.
I love you, man. I wish the family well, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yep, take care, brother.
All right, buddy.
Okay, we got brother Craig. It's always a good conversation. Yeah, Russians do have more morals than us, by far. Brother Craig.
Hey, brother Dan.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey. Yeah. I missed a little bit of the program, so I don't know if y'all mentioned the movie that came out last year, but it was a true story about the guy that was breaking up human trafficking rings. I think. Yep.
Yeah, she mentioned
it was called. I think it was called Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
And what I found weird about when it came out is there was a lot of strange things happen in the theaters when they would show the movie all across the United States, and I just thought that was just very bizarre, and also another thing about like the media being owned by, you got like 6 different corporations that own about, I wouldn't say all the media, about 90%, which is almost all of it.
Yeah.
And it just hit me when the lady Chris brought up that, you know, they never put it on the news, and I was thinking, you know, I don't think I've ever seen but maybe very few pieces on human trafficking on the mainstream media or any media, other than maybe alternative media. And it goes to show that not only in Hollywood, but your regular New York, LA media and the movie industry, that would be part of Hollywood, that, yeah, there's got to be a connection to human trafficking with some of those people up at the top. Yeah, and I was going to talk about Russia and Ukraine also. One reason that most of the world leaders are against President Putin is because he's a nationalist, and he won't play ball with the world's elite. And they try to make like Russia sound like fascist and neo-Nazi, but if you look at Ukraine, they got a whole bunch of neo-Nazi.
Yeah, they're wearing the Nazi patches too.
Yeah, and like President Putin, he's not anti-Jewish or anything. I mean, he grew up around Jewish people. He's got a lot of Jewish friends. I think he's even somewhat learned into Judaism, even though he's, I think, Russian Orthodox. But, I mean, he respects the culture very much, is what I meant to say, of the Jewish people. And, I mean, I just don't want to see, you know, things escalate to a point where it's World War III. And, I mean, it's just, it's very worrisome. But, you know,
yeah, nobody wants a war.
Yep, well, with God's help, hopefully we can avoid it. And then when President Trump gets in, then President Putin said he wanted to talk about a peace deal. And so if everything holds off till then, and then we can get to the negotiating table with President Putin, and I think everything will work out.
Yeah.
And yeah, the sexual, the SRA stuff, that's, I can't imagine what those kids go through that survive.
Yeah.
It's really heartbreaking, and yeah, I've heard of stories like with the Mickey Mouse Club and Disney, and Hollywood kid stars, and years later, some of them will say, that they were approached or were abused by somebody. It's a lot worse than I thought with this SRA. I mean, it's just like you've got nearly 1 million kids that go missing in the U.S. It's I just don't see how there's that many evil people in the world that has that kind of mindset.
Yeah.
It's just very sickening.
No, it is.
And
demonic.
Yeah. And like going back to Russia, I think that we need to be, be on friendly terms with Russia.
Yeah.
I think they could be a great ally, and
because they got a huge army. They could, the thing with Russia, they don't take crap from the New World Order. That's why they're going after. Here's the thing too. Yeah, people said in the chat room, they all shook hands with Klaus Schwab, but doesn't mean they all support Klaus Schwab. So world leaders all meet together at summits and all that. They shake hands with people they don't like. You know what I mean? So, in other words, if I was the president of the United States of America and I went to a world summit thing, whatever, I would shake, I would have to shake hands with everybody. Doesn't mean I like him, but with Putin, he doesn't take crap because if you notice, right, two big targets is Iran and Russia. They are not under the New World Order control. They're not under Rothschild control. Their banking systems are independent. That's why they're the two biggest enemies. They want Iran going under their control, and they want Russia under their control. Because and the thing is, Russia, they're equalizers. Remember, Russia told NATO, said, listen, it's like, I'll match ship for ship, plane for plane, troop for troop. You come bother us, we're going to blow you out of the sky. Seriously. You know what I mean? And he doesn't take crap from nobody. I mean, he is an equalizer. I mean, they got a massive army and everything else. And so they got some military power big time. And when it comes to nuclear bombs, we got more nuclear bombs than anybody, but Russia's number 2. So Russia is an equalizer in most places, and that they don't like that. They don't like the point that they're independent. They got their own resources. They got their own banking system and money and all that, and they can't use that to control them. So that's why they're always targeting Russia. And they made up this whole proxy war with the Ukraine. Oh, the Ukraine are the victims, and they're blowing up hospitals. They know the Ukraine was blowing up their own hospitals, blaming it on Russia. And even before with the biolabs and all that, it all came out. You know what I mean? I remember years ago we were talking about them, and it was right on the Department of Defense's website where the money was, how much money was spent for each lab and everything else. It was all data, all on record. Then when this war started, they scrapped it all off the internet and made it sound like we're a bunch of conspiracy theorists and all that, defending Russia. Or a bunch of, the other one too, the funny one. Oh yeah, the Russians interfere with the election. Oh yeah, because Putin came to my house, put a gun to my head, said, Dan, you better vote for Trump. It's like these people are dumb, And I don't know, it's crazy, man.
And the U.S. has interfered in 88 different countries' elections. That was a report I saw some years ago. And another thing about President Putin is he threw out a bunch of rich guys out of the country some years ago, and
and they don't take crap from the Muslims either. The Muslims pull that crap in Europe and all that in the streets, raping people, whatever. Anytime they do anything like that in Russia, they get that. The citizens go beat the snot out of them and run them right out of the country. They don't take crap like that. And the LGBT, when the Olympics came to Russia last time, a few years back, whatever it was, and the LGBT wanted to do their little garbage stuff in the opening ceremony, and Putin created that flag. It's a blue flag, has a mother and father and some kids on it. And it's called the nuclear family, traditional family. So he told them, no, I don't want that garbage in my country. Don't want you guys corrupting the minds of our children. You know what I mean? So when it comes to family, because I worked with Russians, I know a lot of Russians and all that. When it comes to family and moral values, in Russia, like by far destroys us when it comes to that. When it comes like in the club, right? Just say my friend, he came from Russia, right? He said in Russia, right? If your wife is cheating on you, she's at a club dancing up with some guy, you can literally walk in there, knock her out, knock him out, drag her ass out of there, and there's no restraining orders over there, nothing like that. The women are more obedient because they know better than to cheat on their spouses and vice versa, you know what I mean? And the moral fabric of the family is more pure in Russia than any other country, you know? So they take the family serious. You know, they might not have a perfect government, but when it comes to family values, they take it dead serious. It is a crime to literally cheat on your husband and wife. And it really is in Russia. Yeah. You get caught doing it, you're going to go to jail, you know? And adultery used to be a law here in America, and Rhode Island too. It's one of those laws that's still on the books, but it's not enforced. So they take that stuff very serious, and but then that's why they bash Russia all the time, because they're one of the only few countries left that still stand by biblical moral values. You know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there was another report from one of the guys in the Kremlin that President Putin said that he wanted to destroy the Illuminati or something to that effect. So,
they know what's going on. They know about the Jesuits, and they expose all that. And it was the Russians too. They're the ones who first exposed the Illuminati, because there was a courier back in the 1700s when Adam Weishaupt, when he created the Illuminati, because it was a ploy to break the tie away from the Vatican. So when the courier got struck by lightning, the Russians found the documents. The Russians blew the case wide open. They publicized all the documents. The Rothschild and all them tried to do global domination. They publicized it. They exposed it all. And if it was for the Russians doing that, nobody would even known anything about the Illuminati. You know what I mean? They're the ones who exposed it all. And they took a lot of heat from it. And over the years, they had dictators like Gorbachev. And when it was USSR, the country was run by evil people. You know what I mean? Look at our country. And, Gorbachev is nothing compared to Biden. Biden and Obama, these guys were worse dictators than Fidel Castro. You know, and if they had it their way, if they didn't have the Congress to set in this country to stop them, right now we'd probably be all in prison camps, you know?
Yeah.
They don't like when you say that, though. They like, oh, you're being anti-American. So I'm not. I'm a patriot as they come. You know, I just speak the truth, and they don't like it. You know, it's like they want. You believe that Russia's all the bad guys and all that. No, it's not even close. Not even close. It's Ukraine are the bad guys. They're the ones who. Them and NATO. They're the bunch of communists. That's what they are.
Yeah. There's another leader. He I can never remember how to pronounce his name, but he's the leader of Argentina. Oh, wow. He seems to be stirring things up. He's basically abolished everything. He's kind of like a libertarian anarcho-capitalist. I wished I could remember his name.
He's Javier Garrado or something like that.
Yeah, I believe that's right.
Javier Milei. Hope I pronounced that right, but yeah. I remember actually him talk about that too. He was bringing something like something about the New World Order. He was exposing it, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I enjoyed talking to you.
You too, brother.
Brother Dan. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, brother. Yeah, so if anybody knows me personally, I'm a patriot as they come. I love my country, love my Constitution and all that stuff. And the average people don't get it. They don't get it. They think because how dare you support Russia? How dare you? You're a communist. No, it's not even the case. The people in the White House right now, they're worse than any communist on the planet right now. And the people have no idea at all. The globalists are running our White House right now. They're the biggest drug traffickers, the CIA. They traffic more drugs than any drug lord out there. And the only time you ever hear of a drug lord going down is when they stop paying tribute to Uncle Sam. When the tribute stops, they get greedy. All of a sudden, all you hear in the news, oh, look, the CIA or whoever, they took the DEA, they took this drug lord down. They know all of it. They communicate with them. They do business with them. They run the opium into the countries, in other countries. They know all that. They know who's leaders and all that stuff. They work with them. They pay tribute. So again, when that drug lord says, hey, I'm going to stop paying tribute to them, that's when they go down. That's the only time they get caught. The whole thing's rigged. That's how it is. The child sex trafficking, all the stuff is all run by our government. And it's sickening. And yeah, credit to President Trump, in which that pissed off, excuse the language, it pissed off the globalists. When they were taking, and again, they don't talk about this, when he was in office for 4 years, you know how many traffickers he took down? How many thousands of kids he saved? And that's only the task force groups that are going out. And there was other groups too that went on record, like militia groups going after these pedophiles. I forgot the guy's name. It was a former Navy SEAL. They have legit militarized vigilante groups. They're going after these traffickers. And this is never told in the media or anything like that, but there's many vigilante groups, militia groups, units that are going after child sex traffickers. And and it should be encouraged. Absolutely. I encourage that 100%. And if I had the money, I had the resources and all that, I'd be one of those people going after these people. And that's what we need to do. And you should be doing that. And like I said earlier, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights and all that, those give us the authority and right to do that. When our authorities, the government, when they're not doing that job no more, it becomes the duty and responsibility of the citizen of this country, and the people who have the power to do it, to go do that. And people have forgotten that. They've forgotten the way this country is supposed to be. The bill, I got it right on my wall over there. The Bill of Rights, got the Constitution over here and all that stuff. People have forgotten that. And I got a whole book over there by, what is it over here? Pastor Chuck Baldwin. He ran for president back in, I think it was early 2000s. Let me see. Chuck Baldwin. He ran American politician. He was also a pastor. And he's got this book here, and I got it. The Liberty Documents, I think it is book. The Freedom Documents. Yeah, all right. So this book here, I got to do a program on here. And I know there's a lot of misconstrued things about founding fathers and people in this country. But the thing is, they've hidden all the stuff. Society has hidden all the stuff. If you've seen the nuclear core of Christianity in this country's foundation, a lot of people don't talk about this, and because it's been clouded over the last several decades. The Freedom Documents right here. 50 of the greatest documents in American history in one beautiful volume. And like the original Star Spangled Banner, right? And the one you hear at the TV, like when you go to a ball game, you do, the Star Spangled Banner, you only hear half the song. The song is about glorifying God. That's what it's about. Sir Francis Scott, I'm sorry, not Sir. Francis Scott, let me get his name right. Francis Scott Key, that's his name. It's been a while since I brought this up here. So, regardless, we understand there's some, like Benjamin Franklin, we understand he was an occultist and far from a Christian at that. And Thomas Jefferson, he grew up as a Christian, then he became infected with Illuminism. He taught his lot of years, he became within the Illuminati. Absolutely. But the thing is, the majority of the American people here, the people who fought in the Revolution, 99.9% of those regular people were Christians. God-fearing and loving Christians. They knew the Bible better than most people today. And people don't understand this, okay? And the Ten Commandments were taught in public schools. They don't want to tell you that either. And you got the Ten Commandments going into schools today in the media. Oh, they're going to the schools. No, they're going back into the schools. The Ten Commandments were taught in the schools. The Bible, the only reason why we had public schools in America was under the old Diluted Satan Act of 1636. And, Satan Act here, it's 1647, I'm sorry. This act here was to establish public schools in America to teach Americans to read and write so they would not be deceived by the Dark Ages. They taught the Bible in public schools. They taught the Ten Commandments. It was law, you know what I mean? And it was structured in every state capital. The Ten Commandments are posted. But again, these days you wouldn't know any of this. Then people misinterpret church and state. Oh, we have separation of church and state. Do you even know what that means? And I tell these people all the time when they recite that. Have you ever actually read separation of church and state? No, you have not. Don't, you know, they go by the title of the document. You can make it sound which way you want. But the actual document, separation of church and state, was never meant at all, remotely, to keep religion out of schools in the public. It's meant to keep government out of the churches, not churches out of the government. That's what it was for. The American foundation of this country is drenched in Christianity. Drenched. The documents were all signed in this year of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's what most people signed it as. Dressing this AD after death of Jesus and all. And they'll say July 4th, in this year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 1776. Commemorating the whatever year of after death of Jesus. You know what I mean? And this, the education, every aspect of humanity in this country was all surrounded right by the Holy Bible. You go to town halls, you go to city halls, you go to the state houses. The meetings, everything to do was led off with prayer to God and ended with prayer to God. It was engraved through this entire country. Americana was all about Christianity, all of it. There was no Catholics here back then. There was no Muslims here back then. None of these churches back then. This was a solid grain of Christianity in this country. And then when the Church of England, they got a wind of this, the Crown, they wanted to oppose the Church of England here in America. To say you have to abide by the Church of England, which is the offshoot of Catholicism. The people in this country, Puritans, Quakers, Christians, right? They're like, no, hell no. We're here. We want to be free-loving Christians. We love the Bible. We want to do it our way. And that's what what's the name of James Madison, who wrote the Bill of Rights. He presented it in 1787. It was ratified in 1791. 1789, ratified in 1791, 2 years later, September. And the very first thing, okay, let me just put this up here. So when somebody tells you, oh, we have nothing to do with Christianity in this country, no, that's not true at all. Not even close to it. So the very first thing, absolutely first thing out of everything, out of privacy, gun rights, freedom of speech, anything, all the stuff we have freedoms today, right? The very first thing that was addressed in this country. And let me get the text here. Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. I hate when they do that. The very first thing was addressed in this country was this. Congress shall make no law, okay, because what the Church of England tried to do. James Madison addressed this right away. They shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That was the first thing. There's many parts of the First Amendment. The very first thing about everything was the freedom of religion. And at the time, there was no other religion here but Christianity. Catholics didn't even come here to the 1800s. And Islam in the 1900s and everything else. The churches were Christian churches, Puritans, Quakers alike. It was to protect Christianity, plain and simple. You want to be a Christian in this country, you have a right to do so. And they did it with, like, Roger Williams, right in the founder of Rhode Island. He was a pastor. Roger Williams was a pastor. He founded the state of Rhode Island. He was a rich man. He bought some land off the Wampanoag Indians and the Narragansetts. I'm sorry, bought some land off them, and he created Providence. Providence means that's where I was born. Providence is the capital of Rhode Island. Providence means in God's care. So at the time when the persecution from England was going on, persecuting people for being Christian and not converting to the Church of England, He told people, come on over here. This is my land, not England's. I bought this land. And you could come here. You be a Christian all you want. Preach the Bible all you want. And there's not a damn thing the British are going to do about it. This is my land, not the king's. And and it was true, right? So people come over here. Then they made a federal law afterwards, a state law, I'm sorry, that every male 16 and up had to have a gun on them at all times. In case the British invaded and all that. But the state of Rhode Island, they call it hope in the Lord. The grounded hope in the Lord. You know what I mean? Then this inspired much later on, James Madison. He addressed this whole issue, and the very first thing he addressed was the Bill of Rights, and the Bill of Rights was the freedom of religion. So government could never make a state-run religion to say you have to be this or have to be that. No. That very first thing. That's what separation of churches is. It keeps government out of the churches, not churches out of the government. That's why the Bible is taught in public schools. It was normal in public schools. And most of the time it was the same building you went to church in, the same building you had your courthouse in. They had, in the towns there, they had the one building that was used for public things and also the schools and the churches and the courthouses, all that, and all in one. So no matter how you slice the dice at, Christianity was a major factor in this country. And when you get to the revolution, you can go to the National Archives and all this stuff, man. You read the journals from these people fought in the revolution. Officers, whoever. They were more religious than pastors today. And people bash Thomas Paine, right? He wrote Common Sense and the Rights of Man. And I don't know if you all read that. This guy praises Jesus Christ more than a pastor does. And it is scary, too. It is so scary. When I read that book, I'm sitting there and I'm like, wow, this is me back in those days. He was warning people about the British and all that, the tyranny going on, the persecution and all that. And at the time, that was treason. He was, what they would call conspiracy theorists back then. He was writing it out, posting it on community boards and everything else, and trees and poles and all that stuff and lodges. And he was warning people about this evil stuff. And I'm like, that's me back then. I felt like that was me being written about. You know what I mean? And it's scary. You know what I mean? And he praised God more than like a pastor today. But they'll lie to you, say, oh, he was an Illuminati. No, he had nothing to do with the Illuminati. You know what I mean? And like I said, there were some founding fathers who did. Absolutely. But generally, the majority of Americans here, this was a solid base for Christianity in this country. Solid. George Washington, I mean, I don't know what happened to him in the ending years, but there's a lot of rumors about him. And that man, if you read his documents, it's Masons, right? That's overdrawn. It really is. Because since Freemasonry began, every world leader is an honorary Freemason. And half these people don't even know what it is. Like, if you didn't know anything about Freemasonry, right, you became, the King of England, or you became the President of the United States, right? The Mason lodges in this country will come and say, hey, which they're very influential now. They would say, hey, we want to make you an honorary Mason. And if you didn't know anything about it, you're like, cool, that's awesome. Not even knowing anything what Masonry is about. You're like, yeah, all right, that's cool, whatever. And that's what George Washington did. He didn't become an active member of Freemasonry. He wasn't going to every lodge meeting and partaking in all the rituals and all that. He was just, and then on his deathbed, he denounced Freemasonry. You know what I mean? He wasn't a worshiping Mason, whatever the case. You know what I mean? None of that stuff. You know what I mean? And so that guy, of all people, yeah, he was definitely a devout Christian by far. You know what I mean? Now, what the Masons did later, yes, with Washington, D.C., with the obelisk and all that, they turned George Washington to a god, which is false. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to do that. The original Washington Monument had nothing to do with this one here. So they were building a monument for George Washington in D.C. The Congress ran out of money. So the Mason lodges came in to say, all right, we'll fund the project. So they took the original plan for it, scrapped that, made their own, and they made that discussion obelisk. The Washington Monument today. So there's a lot of stuff in American history that people do not understand that because it's been clouded through history, especially the last 100 years. You would never know any of this stuff, man. And it's right in the National Archives. It's right in the Library of Congress. It's all public record. You could actually read the documents, read the journals, and the quotes from these founding fathers and these people back then. God was the center of everything back then. It was what president was that? I think it was Andrew Jackson or John Quincy Adams. He was making a speech and somebody stated something about the Bible, and he goes, "That book, sir, is the rock which our nation rests its head upon." And John Quincy Adams, he hated Freemasonry. Oh, did he ever? He's got tons of quotes about Freemasonry and everything else, bashing it and everything else. So there's so much stuff in this history of this country, and that people, I got to do a whole program on this, and I don't know why I even started talking about this, but I just felt it in my heart needed to talk about that, because there's a lot of misinformation out there that people do not understand. And the Spirit of God, guys, I'm telling you right now, the Spirit of God is running strong in this country. And, we understand there's a lot of crap in this country and everything else, but a lot of people, especially with this presidential race, right? And again, I'm not sitting here saying Trump, whatever. I'm not cheerleading for Trump, all right? Understand that. But because of the direction we went in, Kamala, with her open say, hey, well, guess what? We're going to take your free speech, and we're going to charge you for a hate crime. What we deem is hate speech or misinformation, we're going to charge you with a crime like they're doing in Europe right now. Then we're going to take executive orders to take your gun rights. Then we're going to say, hey, you can't preach Jesus Christ. They were openly saying this. Look at those two guys that Kamala Harris is saying. Jesus is Lord when she's talking about abortion. Jesus is Lord. She goes, oh, you're at the wrong rally. Had nothing to do with Trump. And that's the direction they were openly stating what they were going to do to this country. And I'm not saying, I have to emphasize it a million times, I'm not saying Trump's a savior or anything like that. But God puts leaders in power for his purpose. And you know how many millions of people, and you could go around looking for yourself, millions of people in this country, tens of millions of people drop to their hands and knees, praying to the Almighty Father for Kamala not to win this election. And I truly believe that the hand of God played a big role in this election. And we understand how the elite work and all that stuff, but God has the control over it all. He used kings in Babylon. He used kings in Israel. He used kings all over the world to do his bidding. When the people repented, he healed their land. When they turned from God, what did they do? God gave him a bad leader. This country spit in the face of the Lord. Spit in God's face. Just 5 years ago, right? We had the best economy in history. Gas were under $2 a gallon, right? You could go do a good shopping for $50. Where this country is prosperous. The LGBT crap, all the idolatry and all that stuff. And this nation spit in the face of the Lord. And what did he do? Yeah, you go, Biden, take this election. And they completely eradicated this country. Look at it now. The inflation's through the roof and everything else. Yeah. Then tens of millions of people in this election, they fell on their hands and knees praying that which Kamala wouldn't win. And again, I am not saying that Trump's some kind of savior or something like that. The hand of God put him in power for a reason. And it's the people around him that's what you got to pay attention to. And I know I don't trust Elon Musk. I'm going to tell you right out. All right, I don't trust him at all. And I really think his technology is going to be used for the mark of the beast. But the people around him, like RFK, devout Christians, devout as they come, okay, then the stuff that they're going to do in this country, and it's gonna, and I really believe that the Lord spared this country for a certain amount of time, just for the sake of the people who fell on their hands and knees, in tears, praying that which would not win this election. And again, I'm not saying anything, that I have to keep emphasizing that because people are like, oh, you worship Trump or you defend Trump. No, I'm not. Millions of people prayed for Trump to win. God has answered their prayers for this country. We were on the brink, right? And I'm telling you right now, if Kamala were to win this election, guys, they had it lined up. The New World Order said, this is what we're going to do. The globalists had it all lined up, ready to go. This was going to be final. Nail in the coffin for freedom, your constitution, everything else. Nail in the coffin. And if you have studied history, if you studied the biblical history too, every time to make the people learn their lesson, what did God do to them? They made them to the point where they fell on their faces in the gutter to finally realize what they have done wrong. And millions of people, tens of millions of those people in this country had repented. They fell to their hands and knees, crying in earnest prayer to the Father. And I was one of them too, that which would not win. And God has answered those prayers for those people. I forgot where it was when, who was it? They was praying for the sake of, not because they was told that God was going to destroy a city. And he goes, what about the sake for the people, the 10 people that do believe in you, and 100 people and so on. I forgot that account. And God spared that city for the sake of those people. And I truly believe, and I could be wrong, but I truly believe that God spared this nation for a short time. We know the New World Order is coming. We know the hammer is coming down eventually. But I truly believe that he spared this nation for a short time to bring more people to him. That's what I truly believe. And again, I could be wrong. Tomorrow the whole hell could break loose and it's all over. But I truly believe that. You know what I mean? And people will, mock it and whatever the case. And the other thing too, I got to clear up, guys. There's people out there in the no-hide laws, right? This is really irritating the hell out of me. Right? These no-hide laws, and I'm going to tell you right now, all right, there's a lot of disinformation going on about that. And I'd be the first one to point these out. Trust me when I tell you. The no-hide laws was not signed as a law in the United States of America. If you go to the Library of Congress, you could go to it right now. Yeah. Hang on a second. You go right to the websites, right? The libraryofcongress.gov, right? You go there. You go to the National Archives and all that. There is not one single law on the bills, not pending or in law right now. Now, I'm not saying this can't happen, okay? This is what I was trying to get to some of these people. I'm not saying this can't happen. But as of right this second, here we are, 12:31 a.m., Saturday, November 23rd, 2024. As of this right this second, there is not one law on the book or penalty that an American citizen has to abide by no-hide laws, nor any penalties imposed on it. Now, what these bills were signed, it was signed back in 1992 by President George Bush, not Trump. It was to recognize the Jewish community and their observance of no-hide laws. Now, me being a Native American, right, on my mother's side, right, when the Indian reservations, like in Foxwoods, out in Connecticut, right, Foxwoods reservations, and the Mohegans, right, they have their own, on their sovereign land, they have their own laws, their tribal laws. So they prosecute people with their laws. And the Jewish communities was recognized for their laws. So those tribal laws are not imposed on me or you, or the penalties. Those Jewish laws are not imposed on me or you, or the penalties. They're for their people and their lands. That's it. So what Trump did sign, okay, he signed a document that would, in the education bill, that would recognize Jewish customs. That's all. Just like we have African culture being recognized in schools, we have German culture, whatever. Same thing with the Jewish people. There was never no law signed to that you as American people have to abide by. And here's the thing too. If that was true, think about this for a minute. If this was true, that we are under no-hide laws where and the penalties to be beheaded, right? Trump himself would be beheaded right now. Because I don't know if y'all have seen his rallies, but he's over there advocating for Lee Greenwood's King James Bible, proclaiming Jesus Christ. And I don't much we know Trump. We know George Bush is a Satanist. He doesn't believe in God. You know what I mean? But when he did speak of Jesus, he himself would have been in violation of that law. You know what I mean? This is what I'm just trying to clear out. My job is to clear out disinformation. You know what I mean? Within our own community, we have people who take things to a whole new level that don't understand how these things work. The legal language and terminology in the bills and all that, there is not one single pending document in the legislation for laws in this country that any American citizen has to abide or even listen to no-hide laws. There's not one single pending or passed documentation of penalties that we're going to be beheaded for that. None at all. And I know Sister Mary, God bless her soul, she's out there spreading all this stuff out. And what they'll do is they take articles, right, that butched, they'll Photoshop the articles. Then they'll make videos, right, and they'll confuse the bills and mesh them together to make it think, oh, look, Trump is pushing no-hide laws on us. If you say Jesus, we're going to be beheaded. No, that's not the case. And I'm not defending Trump. What you think of Trump, God bless you. But my job as an investigative journalist, and I've been around politics all my life, I know how bills work, they're worded, and in documents, they have to state, there's nothing hidden. It has to be openly stated within the documents of a law and the penalty of that law. There's not one active past or penalty at all of the state that we as American citizens have to even observe no high laws. No other penalties of it. You know what I mean? So I just want to clear that up right now, because if that was the case since 1992, don't you think the Islamic communities would be outraged over that? These are just questions that just derail this whole stupidity. Don't you think the Catholic community would be outraged over that? Yes. There'd be petitions, there'd be the ACLU of all people would have shot that down in a second. If that was true, right, the Supreme Court would have shot that down in a minute. You kidding me? If they would say right now, all American citizens, you have to abide by no high laws, and if you break them, we're going to behead you. Are you kidding me? Do you even understand what this means? The ACLU would have ate that for breakfast. The Supreme Court of all people would have shot that down in a freaking second. The Catholic community would be outraged. The Muslim community would be outraged. The Buddhist community would be outraged. All these other communities would be regular Christians would be completely outraged over that. And right now, we all be dead by that. Since 1992, give me a break. You know, you should think about this stuff before you go spreading this garbage, guys. You know what I mean? And I had to argue with Sister Mary. She still doesn't get it. She still does not get it. And these people are still putting this stuff out. Yeah, no, law enforcement agencies, they don't follow the laws. A lot of them don't. But when you take them to court, and if it goes to the Supreme Court level, that's why a lot of people do win, because the courts end up telling the police, hey, that is a constitutional right. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, you have to take these people to court and all that. So carefully. And so RWG, I'm sorry, guys, I wasn't paying attention to the comments here. He says, Dan, I'm 73 years old and I've been studying this very carefully, and you're correct in your presentation, in my opinion. Yeah, thank you, man. So that's all it takes, man. And I try to tell Sister Mary, right? And she doesn't want to get it. That she's like, oh, whatever, bad attitude about it. It's like, it's in documentation. And the stuff that are on YouTube channels right now, right? People, everybody shows, gives me the videos on it, right? You look at the channels, right? They mesh things together. They're taking articles that are butchered. When you actually go read the original title, you Google, right? Has nothing to say what that one says. They photoshopped it. Nothing in the legislation all says you have to abide by no other laws. Nothing. And certainly the penalties. How many times would I have been dead on public platforms? I announced Jesus Christ as Lord. You kidding me? I would have been dead already. Trump himself would be dead already. Watch his last year and a half at least. Massively proclaiming Jesus Christ. And the very first thing he said, we need to protect people's Christians' religious rights. If somebody signed no high laws, would they be saying that? No. You know what I mean? Like, so my thing is, when I went to press conferences over the years, and I went to press conferences and all that, what shut the press conferences down is just me questioning them with common sense. And I present these people who push this garbage with these questions, and they can't answer them. Because they don't want to be wrong, okay? And the thing is, since 1992, since the bill was signed, and in the bill, right, the actual bill that George Bush signed recognizing no high laws, nothing in that bill says it applies to American citizens. Nothing in that bill says about any penalties being enforced on American citizens. Nothing. No clauses, no laws, no statutes to it, nothing at all. It's just to recognize the Jewish community in their way. Just like American Indians here in this country, they have their own tribal laws on their reservations. That's all it's about. That's all it was. And I'd be the first one to blow the whistle on that one. You kidding me? Especially when I did news like over 10 years ago. I would have been exposing that stuff from day one. Now, I'm not saying that they're not going to push in the future. First of all, to do this, right, to push no high laws as law in the United States of America, with the penalties, this would have to happen. You got to understand this. Doesn't matter if it's secret, whatever. This would have to happen for no high laws to become legal in the United States of America, imposed upon American citizens and the penalties thereof. This would have to happen. Number one, you would have to get through the Christian communities, the Islamic communities, the Buddhist communities, the Muslim communities, and Catholics, and all this other communities, right? Then you would have to get through the ACLU. Then you would have to go through the Supreme Court, who ruled according to the Constitution. Then, before any of the stuff to be imposed, you would have to completely take out the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States Bill of Rights. You would have to go through all that to even remotely impose no high laws in this country and the penalties thereof. And this is what I present to these people. They don't want to listen because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I've been around politics all my life, okay? Since I was a kid, I can remember. I know how bills worked and worded and the language and the terminology and all the legality that goes along with this. And yes, we still have a good Supreme Court in this country. We still have a Bill of Rights in this country that protects Christians' rights. You would have to remove all that and then some, like I said, to even remotely push these laws upon American citizens. And I just pray to God I could just reach out to these people because all they do, when you tell them all this stuff, all they do is constantly regurgitate the same documents that are butchered, by the way. They're all photoshopped. The same videos that are completely out of whack. And I might lose people, subscribers, I don't care, but I need to tell the truth. That's the way it is. That's the way the things are in this country. And you don't have to take my word for it. You go do your own investigation. And if you read the actual bill, because I remember she was like, oh, Trump signed the bill. It's like, well, show me the bill. And I'm like, yeah, did you bother reading that bill? She's like, oh, yeah, I did. I know everything about it. Right. So who signed that bill? Oh, Trump did. Oh, really? Did you read the beginning and the end of that? Yeah. Well, no, you didn't. No, you did not. Because it says April 19th, I think it was 2002 or 2003. President George W. Bush. Yeah. So, yeah, get a clue, people. I mean, like, people out there support that. You know, you need to understand that's where, I don't know, I can't say enough, man. Oh, man. But people just, they take, and within our own community, we have to battle people. And it's not bad enough we got to battle the New World Order. Not bad enough we got to battle Satanists and witches on the states. But people within our own community who sensationalize things, take it to a whole new level that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? That we have to battle these people because these people make our movement look bad. And half these people are disinformation agents. They infiltrate a group like QAnon, right? Back years ago, a couple years ago, they infiltrated the Brighteon movement to purposely make them look bad with stupid things that never happened. And that never was going to happen. So this is a constant battle and struggle within this community that we need to keep all of us accountable. All of us. You know what I mean? Even if I come out and said disinformation, I want somebody to hold me accountable. But everything I just stated, you could go do all the research yourself. And I did. I kept hearing it. The no high laws. So I say, all right, I asked for the documentation. They provided the documentation, the videos. I watched all the videos, looked at the documentation. Then the next step I did, it's like, hold on. Let me go actually look at the sources of these things. Went to the source of a certain article, looked at the article. The article said nothing at all what this one said because somebody photoshopped it. Then I looked at the bills. What their version of the bill was butchered, photoshopped too. I looked it up at the National Archives, right? Their bill said nothing like that at all. And for some reason, they think President Trump signed it in 1992. He wasn't even president back then. It was George Bush. You know what I mean? So when you go through the I always take people what they have to hear. I'll take what they have to hear and take both sides because there's this side, version of the truth, this side's version of the truth, and the real truth. So that's what I do. Take your version, his version, and get to the source of it. So that's what I have to say about that. And you can go do the research for yourself. A lot of people ain't going to like it. Well, tough crap. As a Christian, as a patriot in this country, we have to tell the truth to people. And I am not at all telling you to go vote, well, when the election's over now. I'm not at all telling you to go support Trump or Kamala Harris. That's your decision to make. If you don't like Trump, I support your right not to like Trump. If you love Trump, I support your right to love Trump. I'm not here to pray for Trump, not here to be a cheerleader for him. I'm just stating the facts of the facts. Okay, I'm going down the middle, like just like the court's supposed to. You go down the middle with the facts. That's what I'm doing. There is no, and I'm going to repeat this one more time. There is no pending legislation or past legislation in this country's history right now, to this very day, again, November 23rd, 2024, 12:44 a.m. Saturday morning. There is no legislation at all that says we have to abide by no-high laws. None. Zero, zilch. There is no penalties imposed on American citizens against no-high laws in America for American citizens. Zero, none, zilch. This is what people need to get to their heads. And again, I am not saying this won't happen. It could. It very much could happen. But as right now, it's not. That's the point I'm trying to reach out to these people out there. That's it. You know what I mean? And I'm not, judging anybody. I'm not, cheerleading for this president or that president, whatever the case. I'm just telling you the facts. The truth hurts. Deal with it. Like my buddy Randy says, right? Put your big boy pants on or your big girl pants on and deal with the truth. That's the way it is. And Sister Mary Lutz, I love your sister, with all my heart. I do. But you need to understand that. You've been peddling stuff for years. That's not true. You know what I mean? And I have to hold you accountable for that. You have to understand that this is not true. And you constantly send me the same articles, the same videos that are butchered. You know what I mean? So guys, don't fall into this deception stuff. And we know in the end times, none of us know who the Antichrist is. We know what the Bible says about that, right? 2 Thessalonians 2. When the Antichrist is revealed, right? We can all guesses who it is. Yeah, some people think it's Trump, some people it's Obama, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Well, yeah, it's your right to do that. But the Bible says when the restrainer is removed, then, and only then, will the man of the wicked one, the man of lawlessness, will be revealed. And in fact, don't take my word for it, right? And this is a Bible show, so spiritual warfare. Let's go to second. So before we get accused anybody of being the Antichrist, I have some suspect myself, but I can't say 100% certainly, right? 2 Thessalonians 2. And it says, now beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and by the gathering together unto him, that you not soon be shaken in mind, or be troubled neither by spirit or by word. So don't be troubled at all. Don't let it bother you. That's what Paul's saying. Nor by letter from us, or the day of Christ is at hand. So, none of us know when it is, but we know it is at hand, his return. And now it says, let no man deceive you by any means. Nobody. Don't let anybody deceive you. Go by what the doctrine says here. For that day, to talk about the return of Jesus Christ, that day shall not come, except they are fallen away from the faith first, yeah? And the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. So if you dispensations out there, you gotta think we're gonna be pre-tribulation rapture. No. Matthew 24 says after the tribulation, Jesus returns for Satan's, not before. So this is Paul telling you right there. Let no one deceive you, for that day shall not come except there is a falling away first, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. And he goes on to describe it. This is the Antichrist. The Antichrist comes first, who opposes him and exalts himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sits in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God, appearing to the world that he's God. And remember when I was with you that I told you that these things, and not you withholding that he might be revealed at his time, in his time. For the mystery of iniquity does already work. Only he now will let and will be taken out of the way. So this is talk about the restrainer. The restrainer, which believes Michael the Archangel, a lot of people believe that, which withholds Satan. Satan's here, okay? He's withheld. So when the restrainer's gone, Satan gets full control. And that's when the deaths of the saints come. The beheadings, everything like that. Satan, and it goes on to say Satan makes war with the saints. You're not going to be raptured out of here. You're going to go through hell. Literally. They're going to be hunting Christians down. It's going to be hell on this earth. But before that to happen, the restrainer has to be lifted first. Then when the restrainer is lifted, then you'll know who the Antichrist is. And he's going to be revealed. So I can say all day it's Obama. You can say all day it's Trump. This one could say it's Prince Harry or whatever the case. We have our suspects. And I believe it could be Prince Harry or something too. You know, I don't know. But we will not know for sure until the restrainer is gone. And when the Antichrist has full power, talk about holy hell. Yeah, that's where the persecution really begins. But until then, we know God has his ways. We know there's certain amount of souls, like a quota, if you want to put it that way. There's a quota to be met before this stuff happens. And how many times has God, throughout the entire history of the Bible, this country and everything else, that spared the land for the sake of the elect? And I'm telling you, I felt the Holy Spirit. I felt the Holy Spirit during this election process. Not millions, tens of millions of people fell to their knees in earnest prayers, praying to God that anybody would win except for Kamala. Because people knew the evil she was going to bring. The stuff they had planned for us, guys. And you'd be paying $1,000 for a freaking loaf of bread. If they had it their way. All the illegals coming in, it would have been disastrous. It would have been biblical proportion times. But the Lord has answered our prayers to spare this country for a little while longer. Just, to try to win some souls. So now, if the Lord does give us, hopefully we won't go to World War III or anything, but if the Lord does spare us for a few more years here, you need to utilize that time to win souls. That's why he spared it for. He didn't spare it for you to just live the life of luxury. He spared it for you to be able to win souls to people. And I don't know how many people, I got friends and family and all that, who are not religious people. They tell me, well, my faith in God is dramatically increased. Because they feared what would happen if that witch would have took office. The stuff that they had planned for this country. Openly state, they didn't hide nothing. They told you what they were going to do. And the faith that restored into people, the new faith to other people. Now, again, the hand of God played along with its election. Again, you can love Trump, you can not love Trump. But God has used presidents and kings and all this stuff, people of power in the past and all through history, to fulfill his bidding. When Israel went astray, he goes, all right, no problem. You want to go astray? You want to spit in my face? I'm going to give you a leader that's corrupt and criminal. And sure enough, he did. Israel went down to hell. The enemies took over Israel and wiped them out. And it's over and over again in history this happens. And it goes on all the time in this country. All the time. People get too comfortable. They kick their feet up on the desk and, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, bam, they let their guard down, let all this evil wickedness into the country. Now, if you notice, right, there's a big movement going on. People are sick of the woke garbage. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed that. People openly speaking out against it. They think it's immoral, the LGBT stuff. More people are stepping up against it now. It's woken a lot of people up. The Spirit of God is very strong in this country. Regardless of the other millions of people who are disgusting and demonic, the Spirit of God has woken up a lot of people in this country. And people now have the bravery to take action. And they're doing it all over the place. All of it. You know what I mean? People standing up saying, we're sick of this garbage. Get that crap out of schools. We don't want transgenders reading to our kids. The city next to me, the town, I'm in West Warwick, Rhode Island. The town next to me, Coventry, Rhode Island, they had a drag queen coming over there to one of the libraries to read to the kids. Yeah, you should have seen the social media page on that. All the people from Coventry, except for a few, all were like rampant over that. And hell no, you're not going to do it. Get that crap out of here. People are speaking up everywhere because the Spirit of God has lifted in this country. And you can feel it and see it in the people. You know what I mean? So we need to utilize this time we have left to win souls for grace. You know what I mean? I don't know. So we know a new world order is going to come, and that comes when Antichrist comes. The mark of the beast comes when and only when the Antichrist is in power. We understand all that. So, and I really believe that Elon Musk, I'm not judging the guy, all right, but I really believe that intentional or unintentional, because we know in history too, like Nikola Tesla, right? His technology, when he pushed his technology, right, he had great visions for people. He wanted to give you free and renewable energy for the benefit of mankind, right? So people like Thomas Edison, who evil people who took it over or hijacked it, used his stuff for nefarious reasons, turning it into weapons and everything else. We talk about that all the time. Tectonic weapons used off of Tesla technology. Albert Einstein, look at him. He never thought they would use his formula fusion to create a nuclear bomb. He thought he could trust the government. It's like, oh, this is a good thing, whatever the case. But he never thought that they could use it to actually create a nuclear bomb. You know what I mean? And now it's the same thing with what's his name? Elon Musk. Very brilliant man. And, you know what I mean? Like, if he, I don't know if he's part of it or not, but I know they're going to use that technology matches the description of the technology for the mark of the beast. And he tweeted out too, and I want to point that out. So Novo Harari, he's the leader of the World Economic Forum. There was something going on, okay? Elon Musk and Noel Harari and Klaus Schwab, they've been at each other's throats for years, all right? So before Trump won, Noel Harari tweeted out, he said, if Trump wins, this is going to be a death blow to the New World Order. And Elon Musk responded right away. He goes, that's a good thing. So when Trump won, he posted a picture with him and Trump, right? And he put Novus Ordo Seclorum on his post, which means New World Order. So basically, was this to promote a New World Order, or was it a shot right at the globals? Because, again, right before that, Novo Harari tweeted out that, hey, if Trump wins, this is going to be a death blow to the New World Order. So when Trump won, Elon Musk says, he says it's a good thing. And then when Trump won, he posted out New World Order. And I think that was a direct shot smack in the face to Novo Harari. To say, middle finger to your New World Order, you know what I mean? But the thing is, too, Elon Musk does display a lot of satanic stuff. The coat he had and, the devil horns and all that. So we don't know. I mean, like, it's hard to even know what that guy stands for, But within Trump's campaign and administration, he's got a lot of good people. A lot of good, faithful Christians in his, RFK, for one, you know what I mean? A lot of good people in his administration, you know what I mean? And that Paula White girl, she's not in the picture no more. And she was like one of his pastors back then. And she's a big New Ager. So we just got to, the thing is, like I said before, we got to just hope and pray. That's all we could do. Hope and pray that the Lord leads him to lead us to the right direction. That's it. Then again, he could be the Antichrist. We don't know. He could turn it all around tomorrow once he gets this. Like, screw all you. I'm going to do this. And completely go back on everything. And I pray that doesn't happen. But, we just give the man the benefit of the doubt. It's like when Biden won. It's like, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. We knew, but, we still had to pray for him. That's what the Lord says, to pray for your leaders. And the Lord does use leaders for his purposes. Just like he used Biden to destroy this country, to teach us a lesson. And the thing is about most people, and it's unfortunate, for somebody to learn a lesson, they have to go flat on their faces, down in the gutter before they wake up and realize what they were doing wrong. That's what this country needed. This country needed a good kick in the crotch and your face smeared in the ground for you to realize, hey, this is enough. Enough is enough. No, the sexual perversion, the idolatry, and everything else going on in this country. And that's what God did. He smeared our faces in the ground until we learn our lessons of what we did wrong. That tens of millions of people here on their hands and knees praying to God. And God heard those prayers. Because it could have went any which way. You know what I mean? So, all right, guys. So, let me read the comments. Oops. Keep your powder dry and your piece. Yep, exactly. Texas House. And Thomas Jefferson said one good thing, right? He said, camera's going off. He said, liberty is eternal vigilance. You can never let your guard down. And that's what happened 4 years ago when everybody thought the country was fine. They let their guard down, and look what happened. You know what I mean? So keep your powder dry and your peacekeeper close by. Exactly. So, that's a modern, old term for today's, keep your guns ready, Great show. Thank you. Thank you, Texas Haas. And Danny I didn't even see that, but yes, you're right. Total blasphemy. Yep. And Jane says, I pray that Elon having Christians around him turns him to Lord. Yeah, and that's the other factor we got to take into him being around a lot of Christians. Look at Lee Greenwood, the guy who says, I'm proud to be American. Trump's been promoting his Bible for the last year and a half. I thought it was the last couple of months, but it's over a year now. And you should see the commercial. It's a King James Bible. And he's saying like boosting Christianity, encouraging people to buy the King James Bible. Somebody who's behind no high laws ain't gonna do that. They're not gonna proclaim Jesus Christ. So, Christians get to Trump. I hope they did, and I hope they did get to Elon Musk too. They could change him. Anybody can be changed. We don't know. So give the man the benefit of the doubt, you know what I mean? And the fact that people, the very fact that people actually thought that we're under no high laws and the penalties, you got to question that for a minute. It's like, what, using common sense, come on, seriously. Why would you even entertain that idea without investigating that? We all be dead by now. You kidding me? And again, you would have to remove the First Amendment, the Supreme Court, the ACLU, all the religious communities in the country. You would have to remove all that. Then the circuit courts. Then the First Amendment. So, yeah. Tesla technology was used in the Philadelphia experiment. 2 Navy men. Oh, yeah, the Philadelphia experiment. And Bill O'Connell, thanks, brother. Dan and everyone, God bless you all. Remnant elect. Amen, brother. Brother Bill from Boston. This thing's jumping us. RWG, well, I very gently and softly would not wear the mask or take the... Oh, yep. Yeah. I can't say that. Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't comply with any of that stuff. Yeah, I call it the stupid age. Well, the last... with the lockdowns and all that, I call that the complete stupid age, man. And when you had stickers and one ways in the stores, I'm like, what the hell? I remember going down the aisle in the store, somebody's like, oh, you don't see the stickers on the floor? You're going down, I'm like, what? I say, you think these I'm like, whatever. And then in the restaurants, like, this is fine. You can take off your face mask, your face diaper, right? But the second you stand up above this level, this imaginary level, all of a sudden you had to wear it. It's like, wow. And people eating with it on like this. I just wanted to, I just wanted to smack people for being stupid, man. I remember going to a gas station and, a gas station was a booth, a Stop and Shop gas station. It was a booth, right? The booth had glass between you and him, and it has only an infiltration system in the booth, right? No open windows, nothing. He's got 2 face diapers on and a pair of gloves. And I'm like, dude, and I asked, I said, why are you wearing that? Oh, there's an epidemic, sir. I'm like, yeah, never mind. And I don't want to talk too much about that because... YouTube, yeah. So, but yeah, I call it the stupid age, the stupid things people did. I was just embarrassed to be a human being. I really was just embarrassed for the fact that people were going through the stupidity for what. I gotta shut up with that because of YouTube, yeah. And thank you people on Rumble too watching now and YouTube. So yeah, I just had to rant the stuff out, guys. I know it's damn 4 hours. So, yeah, thank you guys so much. Let me check over at Rumble real quick. So, we are live. So, and again, if people disagree with me, I still love you. And I'm not bashing Sister Mary Lutz. I love the girl to death. wonderful woman and all that, but I disagree with her stuff because it's not true. You know what I mean? If it was true, I'd be behind her 100%. You know what I mean? I have to weigh things as a investigative journalist, as a Christian, and as a patriot. It's our job to tell the truth, even if it hurts our own team. Because we need, especially of all people, in our own team, we need to keep people held accountable. Of all places. And I tell people all the time, you need to hold me accountable. If I do something wrong, whatever, you need to put my feet to the fire and correct me. And I hold show no quarter. You know, I'm not going to do that. I don't care who it is. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you you're wrong. You know, and that's the way it is. You know what I mean? We need to do that as people and understand that and be big, adults about this. And nobody likes being wrong. You know, they suck it up and say, deal with it. Accept it. It's like, all right. I don't know how many times I had to do that. How many times I had to say, yeah, I was wrong about this, and I accept my punishment, whatever the case. You know what I mean? I accept it. Criticism, and I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Nothing wrong with saying that. Okay? Nothing wrong with doing that. We all need to be humbled from time to time, myself included. I don't know how many times I'm in forums arguing with people and I lash out at the wrong person. The person says, hey, no, dude, I was agreeing with you. And then I look back like, oops. Because I was on an aggressive mood, you know what I mean? And people would correct me and I'm like, oh, yeah, so sorry, man. Or I misunderstood them or something, you know what I mean? And so we all need to be humbled, all of us. And Lord knows I need to be humbled all the time. And he does that to me. So I am far from perfect, man. Far from it. So, all right, guys. So I'm going to cut out of here. And sorry it takes so long. I was just figured I'd hang out with you guys a little extra time because last week's broadcast with John Ponders was like only an hour and a half. And it was pre-recorded because I had something to do that Friday. So we pre-recorded it on a Wednesday, I think it was. And yeah. So anyway, so I promised you guys some extra time here. So, all right, guys. Thank you guys so much. And love you all, and special thanks to my brother David Carrico over at FOJCRadio, which this will be broadcasting over there. And I'm hoping and praying the show stays up here on YouTube because some of the stuff we talked about, it's kind of on the borderline with YouTube. So if the show's gone, remember, we do got this show over on Rumble right now. So, yeah, either way, it's going to be protected. But I just hope everything's kosher with YouTube. So. And again, we try our best to honor YouTube's policies because they do give us a platform and we have to abide by their laws, the rules, whatever they are. So, all right, guys, I love you all. God bless. Shalom. Remember, you are the resistance.